Hi, welcome to the ultimate HTML and CSS course for beginners who want to pursue a career in web development. In this course, you'll learn everything you need to know to start creating your first website. I'll start from scratch, and at the end of the video, we'll learn how to create a simple portfolio website just for yourself. If you're a beginner struggling to learn web development, this is the right course for you. These are the topics we are going to cover by the end of the course. So first, we are going to learn HTML fundamentals. Then we'll move ahead to the advanced HTML. After advanced HTML, then we'll learn CSS fundamentals. After that, we'll learn CSS positioning and how to position elements with CSS. After that, we'll learn how to create responsive website that fit on every screen size. Then we'll move ahead to how to create CSS animations and how to bring our website to life with CSS animations. And after that, I'll teach you everything you need to know to start creating aesthetically pleasing website for your clients. Then we'll learn how to create a simple responsive navigation bar. Then we'll learn how to create a simple sign-up form for your website. And lastly, we'll learn how to create a portfolio website just for yourself. I'll also leave timestamp below for those of you who want to just jump straight to each topic and take the lesson. So I can't wait to see you in the course. Buckle up and let's roll. Hi. Welcome to the first section of the front-end navigator course. In this section, we are going to take a look at HTML. So we are going to discuss the fundamentals of HTML, what HTML is, why you need it. Then we'll discuss about tags, elements. Then we'll create our first website with HTML. Then I'll take you through some basic tags you need to know to get started with HTML. But before we dive in, let's answer the question, which is HTML? So what is HTML? HTML, or hypertext markup language, is used to create the markup of your website, just like the name suggests. So the markup is simply the structure of your website, or you can put it this way, the skeleton of your website. So HTML is used to structure the skeleton of the website. So now we understand what HTML is. So why do you need to learn HTML? So just like we said, HTML is used to structure your website. So before you can create any website, you need to understand what HTML is before you can dive in creating awesome looking website. HTML set the foundation of your web development journey. HTML is the first language you need to learn as a web developer before you move to any other complex languages. So now we have a basic grasp of what HTML is and why we need it. So we can dive into creating our first website. But before you start creating anything, we need to understand some concept, which is elements, tags, and attributes. So let's start with a tag. An HTML tag is a special set of characters which tell your browser how to display the elements enclosed in it. For example, we can have a tag which tell our browser that, okay, this text is a heading, so make sure it's a heading, or this right here is an image, or this is an input. So don't worry about text right now. So if we start coding and writing some code, you will understand them further. So next we have an element. An element is simply the building blocks of your HTML web page. So an element has a start tag, a content, and an end tag. So an element must have a start, a content, and the end tag. But some elements do not have the end tag because they do not have any content inside them. So once we start creating, we'll get to those special elements with no closing tags. But elements usually have a closing and an opening tag with a content in it. So next we have attributes. Attributes provide additional information to your element. So an attribute usually have an attribute name and a value. For example, some elements might have attributes that can set the width and height of that element, or even style any element. So don't worry if you don't understand any of these for now. So once we start coding, we'll get hands on attributes, elements, and tags. So we have a basic grasp of what HTML is, why HTML, and then we understand what elements, tags, and attributes are. So let's take things a little bit further. Now we can start creating our first website. But before we create our first website, we need to understand the structure of any website. So any website follow this structure. There are some special tags you must include in any of your website or web page. So first we have the doc type declaration, which is used to tell the browser the version of HTML you are using. Then we have the HTML tag, which contains all the block of codes you write in your HTML file. And we have the head tag and the body tag. So the head tag is used to contain metadata. So metadata add a little bit of information to your website. And we have the title tag, which is inside the head tag. So the title tag is used to define the title of your website. Then we have our body tag, which is used to enclose all visible elements in our website. I have my desktop open. So the first step I want to take is to create a folder. So I'll right click, then new, then folder. So I can rename this folder and I can choose to call it, since this is a front-end course, I can just call it front-end course. So just name your folder like this, front-end course. Then you can double click to open your folder. Once you have the folder open, you can start structuring your lessons. So the first lesson is about HTML, so I'll create a new folder. Then I can call it HTML. So inside the HTML folder, I'll just double click and open. Then we can start creating our first website with HTML. So how do we do so? So send the cursor over here, and then we'll try to open VS Code. So send your cursor over here, then click, then write CMD, which is the short form for command prompt. So once you type CMD, you have this prompt open, so you can execute over here. So we want to open our folder in VS Code. So how do we achieve that? So code space period, then you press enter to open this in VS Code. So once you have it open, you have something like this. So this is VS Code, but I'm sure for you have a pop-up. To trust authors, just click on yes. So once you click on the yes, then you have these interfaces. So if you check over here, you have some couple of tabs. So for you not have some of these tabs because these are extensions I have already installed. But for you don't have those extensions, so you're not supposed to see some of these over here. So if you send your cursor on top, we have the file over here. So you can create a new file, or you can simply open another folder. So if you have a folder containing any project, you can simply click over here and navigate to that folder and open that folder. Or you can create a new file over here. So I'll click over here to cancel it. And then I want to wrap up some settings. So I want to have the auto save setting. So I'll click on settings. So just click on this settings icon, then settings, and then click on workspace. So click on workspace. So what we want to do is that we want to have the auto save. So whenever we make changes to any of our file, it will be automatically saved and we don't have to save it manually. So click on text editor, then click on files. So you can scroll, you have this option for auto save. Select the option, then set it to after delay. Then you can set the time over here. By default is 1 second. So if I put something like 3, so 3000 milliseconds or 3000 So 3000 milliseconds means 3 seconds. So I can close my settings. So now if I come, I'll have this VS Code folder over here. This is just a settings folder created by VS Code to preserve our settings we have made for this project. So what we want right now is to install the live server extension. So we are going to use the live server to run our HTML file. So you might want to bring your cursor over here to the extensions tab, then click over there. So once you click, you have the option to search for any extension. So just look for the live server extension. So once you have it, so this is the live server extension. Let me increase it. So this is the extension over here. Just look at the icon and then you have the option to install over here. Just click to install it. I've already installed it, so that's why I don't have the install over here. So make sure to click over here to install it. So the next extension we want is auto close. So you auto close. Is it auto close tag? Okay, this is it, auto close. So this will automatically close your tags. So just install it, and after that we need the auto rename. So something auto rename. So this is the auto rename. So install the auto rename tag. So it will come in handy, and I'll explain why you need this tag. So just install it and close it. So once you are done with the installing, just send your cursor over here. So this is the Explorer tab. So click on the Explorer tab. It will simply bring the folder containing your project. So this is the folder. So now I want to create my first website or my first HTML file. So to do so, I'll send my cursor over here. That's the new file. Then I'll click. So I can give it a name. So I can write something like index. So write index.html. So .html simple means it's an HTML file. So make sure you have this dot over here. Then you will have the HTML extension. So after that, press enter. So once you press enter, it will automatically open the file. So this is my index.html file. So now we can start writing our code. So the first code I want is the doc type. So once you open, you have this over here. That's the doc type. Just select it and it will automatically close this for you. So this will tell your browser the version of HTML you are using. So after you have it, we'll have our HTML tag, which will simply wrap every code we write for our website. So inside we have two sections. We have the first section, which is the head section, and then we have our next section, which is the body section. We use the head section to write metadata. That's data adding other informations to our website. For example, the title and viewpoint. And next we have the body. The body simply incorporates all visible elements of your website, like your input, your buttons, your navbars, your articles, and your footers. So everything goes inside the body tag. So let's go to the head tag over here. Then we can have a title tag. So if you check, we have the opening, then we have the closing over here. So this is the opening tag, and this over here is your closing tag. So we have the title. So you can write the title for your website. So this will be displayed on your title bar. So if I write something like front, then end, navigator. So if I write, so this is my title. So you just start writing. So once you start writing something, you see this dot, this white dot over here. So it means it's not safe. So if you wait 3 seconds, it will save it and the white dot will be over. So that's the use of our autosave. So I have my title, which is front and navigator. So inside my body, you can just write any text over here. So I can have hello world. then I'll have it over here. So I have my hello world. So minimize this, then you can just close this. So after that, you can simply bring your cursor. So this is your file. This is our index.html file. I can simply select it and then right click and open. So I'll open it with my browser. It will be open in my browser. So once you open it in your browser, and then let me increase it. So this will be our title, front end navigator, and this is the text. So this is the text, hello world. So let me increase it. So we have our text over here, then we'll have our title over here. So we can minimize this, then we can open back over here. But before we start, I want to explain something for you, which is comments. So comments are used to explain your code. So they add explanations to our code. And comments are not read by your browser. So they are not displayed to the user. So for example, if I create a comment, so if I open and then I put exclamation mark, then I put dash, it will bring a comment like this. So if I write something like maybe greetings, so can I spell greetings? So greetings, greetings. So this is a comment. So if we check, the color is different from this over here. So if I open back and then I head over here, we will not have the comment over here. So if I refresh, we're still not going to have our comment. So if you minimize again and then you come over here and you write something like hi, so we have hi. So wait for it to save. So once it's saved, you can open back. So if you come, you're not going to find the hi, but if you refresh, you get your hi over here. So we have to manually refresh our files to see the changes. So to fix this, we are going to use the live server we've just installed. So once you install the live server, you have the go live over here. Just click on it, and in case you don't have this go live, you can right click, then you can scroll, then click on open live server. And in case you don't have these two, this and this over here, just simply close your VS Code and reopen your project. And once you have it installed, I'm sure you have it over here and you have it over here again. So I'll click on go live to start it. So once I start it, we'll have our file open. So this is the file. So now if I come and then I make any changes, so if I make changes, so let me close this, let me remove the hi, and I'll have welcome to my first, then I'll have website. So wait for it to save. Once it's saved, you can bring your cursor over here. So now we'll have welcome to my first website, and you don't need to refresh it anytime you make changes to your file. So now we can open back again, then we can remove this. So now this is our comment, and the comment is not displayed. So once you come, you're not going to find the comment over here. So the comment is used to explain our code. So if I bring the comment on top, and then I have my comment before the greetings. So once I'm writing anything, or if I give my code to someone to maybe debug the code or to just glance at the code, the person can simply look at the comments and the person will know each block of code what I'm doing. So if the person get to this session, the person will know that okay, I'm greeting users over here. So let me remove this, then I'll change this to headings. So headings. So that's our first element we are going to discuss. So the heading element is used to add titles to your website. So once you visit any website, we have a bold and a big title over there. So we can use our heading tags to achieve that. So the heading tags ranges from 1, so it ranges from 1 to 6. So 1 to 6. So let me convert this to a comment. Once I have, so this is the headings, so they range from 1 to 6. So if you check, so VS Code comes with a shortcut to create a comment. So if I hold command, then / or control and / it will automatically create a comment. So I can create a comment, and then it ranges from 1 to CSS. So now if I come, it means I can have a heading 1, 2 heading 6. So I can have heading 1, then heading 2, then I can have heading 3, then heading 4, 5, then 6. So let me have just 6 over here. But we don't have heading 7. So if I write heading 7, then we are not going to get anything. So this is the last, or this is the least heading we have. So if I go to my heading 1 over here, so I can write something like hi, then I can write something like welcome to the, can I spell front end? So sorry, front end navigator course. So I have my first, oh my god, so I have my first heading over here, which simply says hi, welcome to the front end navigator course. So we can have a sub heading or a smaller heading over here. So I can write something like, in this course you will learn to create good websites. So this is my subheading. So I can have an H3, so just write anything, maybe hello, this is H3, and then I can write something like hi, this is H6. So now wait for it to save. So once it's saved, open back. So if you open, we'll have our first heading over here, very big. Then we'll have the second heading, then we'll have the H6. So the bigger the number, the smaller the font size. So this is how to create headings with HTML. So I can comment this out. So we'll have our first heading. So if you hold everything and select it and use Command or Ctrl+//, it will turn everything into a comment. So what I want is the first heading. So I'll have hi, then I'll have welcome to the front end navigator course. So now if I open, I'll have hi, welcome to the front end navigator course. So now I can simply come and then I'll remove this. Then we can create another section for this text. So to do this, we are going to discuss about the div and the paragraph tag. So can I spell paragraph? So div and paragraph. So just copy this, then paste it over here so that it will be on top. Then we'll come to div and paragraph. So how do we create a div and a paragraph? So first, let's discuss what a div is and what a paragraph is. So a div is an HTML element which is used to create different sections of your website and style them. So it is used to style different sections of your website. And we have the paragraph. So the paragraph is used to create just our normal paragraph we know, and the paragraph comes with a margin on top and at the bottom of each element. So if I come and then I have a div over here, then I can copy from here to here. So let me leave the hi and then I can paste this over here. So once I do this, then I open, then we'll have hi, then I have welcome to the front end navigator course over here. So if you check, we are still having some margins over here because the margin or the space between this and this has been affected by the H1. So the H1 by default comes with a margin. So if I copy this div, then I bring the div down and leave it over here. Then if I come, we'll have this div over here, and this time we don't have spaces between this div and this div. So to have a space or a margin between this and this, we can use a paragraph. So I can remove this, then I can have a p tag. The p tag is used to create a paragraph. So I can write something like, here you can learn to create minimal websites for your clients. So I have my text over here. So here you can learn to create minimal websites for your clients. So now if I open, then I come, we are going to have a space between our first div, then we'll have our paragraph over here. So now there's a space between over here, then we are going to have a space at the bottom. So if I copy this, then I bring it down, then I paste, then if I come, and then we'll have a space between, and we'll have a space on top over here. So that's the use of the paragraph tag. The paragraph tag is simply used to create a margin both top and the bottom of your element. So to create different sections of your element. For example, if you are creating blocks, you might want to use paragraph to separate your block topics. So that's the use of our paragraph element. So next up, we are going to create a list. So how do we create a list in HTML? So I'll have a list, and then I can come down over here and we can start creating our list. For lists, we have two types of lists. We have the unordered and the ordered. So can I spell ordered? So unordered and the ordered list. For the unordered list, we use bullet points to display them, but for our ordered list, we use numbers. And for the unordered list, the order doesn't really matter, but for our ordered list, the order really matters. For example, let's create an unordered list. So an unordered, I spelled my ordered, so ordered, unordered list. So to create an unordered list, we use the UL. So this will wrap all our list items. So this acts as a container to each list items. So we can have a list of fruits. So I'll have my first list. So to create a list item, we use the LI. This shows a list item. So for our first item, I can have something like orange. Then I'll have my second list item, which I'll call apple. Can I spell apples? So apple. Then I'll have another list item, which I can call it the kiwi. So now we have a list of fruits. So I can go on top, then I can have an H2. Then I can write something like fruits. Then I can leave it. So this is a heading I've created for this section. So now if I come, so we'll have fruits, then we'll have orange, then we'll have apple, then we'll have the kiwi fruit over here. So next up, we are going to the ordered list. So how do we create an ordered list? So ordered list. So how do we create an ordered list? So ordered list. So for our unordered list, we use UL. So for the ordered list, we are going to use OL. So OL means ordered list. So we can have a first item. So we are going to create a list of our favorite courses. So I can have an H2, then I can call it courses. So sorry, something like courses. I spell courses. So courses. For our first course, I'll have HTML. Then I can come to have my second course, which will be CSS. Then I can have my third course, which will be JavaScript. So we have a list of our favorite courses and they are wrapped in an ordered list. So now if I bring my cursor, then if I go, then we are going to get this. So why are we getting this 7? So if I open back my code, so we have a 7, so we move the 7. So now if I come, so now we are going to have HTML, CSS, then we are going to have JavaScript. So this is simply how to create different list items. So next, we are going to create an anchor tag or a link. So what is an anchor tag or a link? So an anchor tag is used to link two sections of your website together. For example, if I have an about page and a home page and a sign up page and a login page, how do I take users to different sections or different pages? So we use the anchor tag to achieve this. So to create an anchor tag, we use the A. So the A is used to create an anchor tag and it comes with the href attribute. which is used to specify the path to your resource, whether it's a page or whether it's an external website. So now if I go, so let's create a different page over here. So I can create a page over here, then I can call this page so something like contact, then .html, then I'll press enter. So inside my contact.html, so we are going to use a shortcut. So hold shift then 1, or just look for this exclamation mark on your keyboard, then select this, and VS Code will automatically give you the boilerplate for your HTML file. But this comes with some meta tags. We have our first meta tag over here, which is used for encoding our HTML file. We have the second meta tag, which is the viewpoint, and is used to set the scale of your website, and initially is 1. So now we have our title, then we can call this our contact page. So I can come and then I'll have an H1, then I can have contact, then I can call it contact page. So I can have something like a div, then I can write something like welcome to my contact page. Let's spell contact, so contact page. So now I'll simply come over here, then I'll create another page, so I can call it about.html. Then inside my about.html, then I'll have the exclamation mark, then I'll have my boilerplate. So I'll have my about page, then I'll have an H1, so H1, then I'll have about, then page. So I can have a div, and here I'll write something like welcome to my about page. Can I spell my welcome? So welcome. So now we have 3 pages. We have the index.html, we have the about, and we have the contact page. So how do website know, or how do the server know which page to render immediately someone visit your website? So if you visit youtube.com, we'll have their first page. So how will the server look at these pages and select one? Automatically, when you deploy your website online, the server looks for the index.html file, and then it will pick the index.html file and save it as your home page. So this will be your home page once someone visits the website, and these are other pages. So how do we link our home page to these other pages? So first, let's try to go to the other pages. So if you come, this is your website URL. So if I remove the index.html over here, just remove the index.html, then you press enter, but it will simply give you your index.html file. So if I refresh, I'll simply have my index.html file over here, and we'll have the other files over here, but the server will simply save the index.html file. So if I want to go to the other file, I can have my contact.html, then I can have my about.html, so about.html. So make sure you have a dot over here. So now I want to have links so that I can click on the links and navigate to these pages. So it's pretty simple. So remove this and then come back to your index.html file. So now if I open my index.html file, I can go on top to where I have the hi and welcome to my front-end navigator. Inside here, I can create links. So I can have something like an unordered list. I'll have my first list item, and this will be my first link. So to create our link, we use the a tag, and here we'll have the href, which is the location. So we are going to the contact page. So I'll write, since it's on the same directory as my index.html file, I'll simply write contact.html because it's not inside any folder. So I can have contact, so contact. So I can copy the list, and then I can paste the list item, then I can change this to something like about. So here I'll have my about.html. So contact, and we have the about. So now if I come, we'll have contact and about, and if I click on contact, I'll go to the contact page, and if I go back, click on about, then I'll go back to the about page. So what if we have this in a separate folder? So it's a good practice to always have your pages in a separate folder and leave the index.html file on the root directory. So what do I mean? I can create a folder, then I can call this pages, then I'll press enter. So I can grab my contact.html, click and hold, then drop it on the pages folder, and then click on move, click and hold, drop your about, then move it over here. So now they are inside the pages folder. So now if I come, contact will have cannot get contact.html because it's inside the page folder. So if I have pages, is it page or pages? So let me check. So it's pages, so pages, then I'll put / again, they will have contact.html. If I press enter, then we'll come to our contact page. So how do we achieve it over here? So it's pretty simple. So if we come, so here we put a /, then we'll put the name of our folder. So it's pages, then I'll put / again, then I'll select my contact. So now I'll come to the about, then /, then I'll select pages, / then about.html. So now if I come, contact, then and about over here. So what if we want to go back to our home page? So I can have another link over here. So let me just leave it and copy. So let me copy this UL, the another list, then I'll go to my about page, then I'll simply come and then I'll paste it over here. So now we want to add the home page, so I'll add it on top. So add it on top, then I'll add the anchor tag, and here I'll write something like home over here. So to go back to our home page, so if you check, the pages is inside the folder, so the contact and the about page is inside the folder. So how do we go back to the index.html? So it's pretty simple. So you put 2 dots over here. So this 2 dot means, so the 2 dot means go back to the previous folder. So it means since we are on the pages folder, go back to the previous folder, which is our root folder over here. So go to the root folder and then look for the index.html file. So now I can copy this UL, then I can paste it inside my contact. So inside my contact. So now if I go back, we'll have home. If I click home, I'll come back over here. Then I can go to the about page. Then I can click on home, contact, then I can click on home. Then I can navigate between my pages. Congratulations! You've just created your first HTML website. Then you understood the basics of HTML and what every HTML file must contain. So you have just taken your first step to becoming a front-end developer. So in our next section, we'll learn the advanced HTML concepts. We'll look at how to add images, videos, audios, and also handle some form elements, and also take a look at semantics, why it's important and why you must include semantics in your HTML file. So I'll be waiting to see you in the next course. Welcome back, Front-End Navigator. In our previous lesson, we've learned the basics and foundation of web development, which is HTML or hypertext markup language. We've learned how to create our first website with HTML. Then I take you through some important elements and tags. So next, we are going to learn some advanced HTML tags and elements. So we are going to take a look at how to add tables, images, videos, audios, and we are going to look at how to also create a simple form element in HTML. Then we'll dive into semantic and why semantic is important and how to use semantic to make your website more appealing for bots. So let's dive right in. Welcome back, front-end navigators. So I have the code from our previous lesson over here. So I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to put all the codes over there. So I have the first section of the course, so I just call this section 1, and then I can have everything selected, then I'll move them inside the section 1. So now we can have the second section of the course, so section 2. So everything is inside the HTML folder. So you can open your VS Code, so just click on the search, then you can search for can I spell, so just write code. So once you write code, you have Visual Studio Code application, so select it. So have the VS Code selected and open. So just go to the settings, and we are going to have our settings one more time. So click on workspace, then text editor, then scroll, look for files, then scroll, then look for autosave after delay, then set this to, so let's set it to 2 seconds now, so 2 seconds. So now let me close the settings. So now I want to open our folder, so I want to open the folder we've created our files in. So I'm going to open, so click on open folder, or let me close, and then you can click on the Explorer tab over here. So I already have my folder open by VS Code, or you can simply, if you don't have your folder open over here, you can simply click on the open folder over here. Or if I minimize, so if I minimize, we'll have the file tab over here. Click on the file tab and then select open folder, and then navigate to your folder. So it's on the desktop, then front-end course HTML. So now I'm going to select the section 2, then open. So I have my section 2 open, and we have nothing over here. So I'm going to create my first file, which is the index.html. Can I spell HTML? So I'm going to collapse this, then I'll put my exclamation mark, then I'll press enter to have my boilerplate. So inside here, I'm going to write something like images. Can I spell images? So images, then videos, then so let me just name it to HTML advanced, so advanced. So now we are going to start with images. So the img tag is used to insert an image, and it comes with the source attribute and the alt attribute, and we have other attributes like the height and the width. So the source attribute is used to specify the location of the image, and the alt attribute is used to specify an alternative text to your image. So I can come down, then I can have my img, then I'll press enter, and by default we have the source and the alt. For the image, we don't have a closing tag, so we don't have this closing tag. So let me cut this off. So the image is a self-closing tag. You can decide to put this over here on, or you can remove it. So I just like to put it over here. So this is a self-closing tag, so it doesn't need a closing tag. Just open and that's all. So next is the source. So the source is the location of the image. So let's go online and download an image and use it. So let me right click, then open live server first, then let me close this. So I have it open over here. So I can add a tab, then we can go to pixels. So pixels, so I think it's E, so this is E, so pixels, then select pixels website. So it's a free stock photos website, so you can just look for any image, then you can use it. So I can go, then I'll click any image. So let me select this image. So it's just select any image. So once you click on the image, you have this image. So if you right click, then you have copy image address. So copy the image address and then open back, then come to your source attribute, then paste it over here. So once you paste it, you can simply bring your cursor, bring the source attribute down to half space, then go to this side, then bring the alt attribute down, then I can bring the closing tag down. So now hopefully if I open back to my file, and then will have this huge image over here. So this is the image I've loaded. So I want to set the width and the height of the image. So I want to set some dimensions so that we are not going to have this overflow over here. To achieve this, I'm going to use the width, so the width attribute. Then I can set it equals to 100%. So first let's set it to 200 pixels. And now if I come, we'll have the image shrink over here. I can set it equals to something like 500 pixels. Then I can come to have this huge image over here. So I can have a header, H1, then I can call this images. So now if I come, I'll have images, then I'll have my image over here. We have our alt attribute. So the alt attribute is used to describe your image. So I can write something like natural on, let me write something like nature. So I can write something like nature. So if I come, I can also specify a height, but it's not recommended to set a height and a width at the same time. So what do I mean? So if we check this image, so check the image, if we check, we have this nice image. So if I try to set a height, so if I set the height something like 500 pixels, and then I come, we are going to have this image skewed in this way, and it's not going to be nice unless you try to look for the perfect dimension to match the image resolution. So that's why it's not recommended to use both the height and the width. You can use one. So if I remove the height and the width rather, and then I come, we'll still have our perfect image. So let me put back the width. So next is to change this. So we can use 100%. So if I write 100%, it means 100% of my screen. And if I write something like maybe 60%, so 60% of our screen, if I come, I'll have 60% of the screen. So what if you have the image stored locally? So it's not recommended to always go and copy images online because the URL of this image or the address might change. So it's recommended that you download the image first. So how do we download the image and use it? So just come over here. So let me look for a good image. So let me search for programming. If I search for program, I'm going to find these nice images. So I'll go to look for the perfect image. So I just like this image. So just pick any random image, click on it, then click on the free download. So once you click on the free download, you have your image downloaded. So now you can open your desktop. So this is my folder. So I can look for the image. So this is the image I've downloaded. So I can simply cut it with Ctrl X. So you can simply cut the image and move it to your folder. So I'm going to go back to my folder. So this is my folder. So I'm currently working on this section 2. I'll open it, then I'll paste my image. So once I paste the image, so now if I send my cursor over here, I'll find the image over here. So this is the image. So the name is too long, I'll click, then I can rename it. So I can call this programming, then I'll have my image over here. So now I can come, then I'll remove this source, then I can change it to my image. So my image is on the same directory as my file. So I can just write the name of my image, so programming. Then we'll have this .jpg. So this is the image extension. So make sure you have the extension attached. So now if I open, then I come, and hopefully we are going to have our image over here. So it's not advisable to have your images on the same directory as your root file. So what do I mean? So I can create a folder, then I can call it assets. So assets. So inside the assets, I can send my programming image and move it inside the folder, so that we'll have the images separated from our code files. So now it's inside our assets folder. So now to display this, I'll simply have a / then I'll go inside the assets folder, then I'll have the programming.jpg. So now if I come, then we are going to still find the image. So next is our alt text. So what is the use of the alt text? So if I remove the .jpg, then I come. So we are going to have this nature. So that's the use of the alt text, so that in case your image fails to load, the user can simply look at this nature and knows that, okay, this image is a nature image, or this image is a program. So our name doesn't even match, so let me change it to programmer, so that in case the user visited the image refused to load, the person will have this alternative text displayed back to him or her. So I can have the dot, then jpg. So this is how to display images on your website. So next up, we are going to look at how to create tables. So how do we create tables on our website? So I'll come over here, then I'll have another h2, then I can call this tables. So sorry, to tables. Then I can come, then we can start creating our tables. So to create our tables, we are going to use the table tag. So this is going to wrap our table element, and inside here we have the table row, which is the tr. So a row, simply a horizontal line. So we can have our first row over here, and here we can have our first heading. So we are going to create a table for our users on our website, and we are going to collect the marks of each user on any course they have enrolled. So all the courses they have enrolled and their respective marks, or let's just put it their progress. So their progress and the course. So what do I mean? So I can have a table header th, then here we'll have our first heading. So first we are going to have the username, then I'll have another th, then we can have the first course, which is HTML, then we are going to have another th, then we are going to have our second course, CSS, then we are going to have th, then our third course, JavaScript. So now we have these 3 courses over here. So let me just make it to look nicer. So let me send it like this. So I think now it's nicer. So let me format it. So I have this format like this and like this. So like this. And so I think now it's nicer. So this is our first row, and inside our first row we have the headings. We have the username, then we have the first course for the user, HTML, CSS, then we have the third course, JavaScript. So now if I open, then I scroll, we are going to have the table over here. We have the username, we have HTML, CSS, then we have JavaScript. So now if I come over here, then we can have another row. So I can have another tr, that's the row. So this will be for the first user. So for the first user, we are going to use the td to create the data for that person. So the td means table data. So it's used to create a table data cell. So I can have the first user, which is John Deal. Then for his HTML, so for HTML, so that's the first, so that's the second column. So this is the first column. For the second column, we can have 80%. So he has finished 80% of the course. And we can have for the second course, which is CSS, so 95 for he. I think he likes CSS more. Then we can have JavaScript. And I think John Teo hates JavaScript. So let's give him 10%. So now hopefully if I come, we are going to have John Doe, that's the username, for HTML 80%, CSS 90%, and JavaScript 10%. So we can simply copy this table row, then we can paste it to create another row, then paste it. We can have several rows down. So we can change this to Jane. So Jane Doe. So this will be 40%, and here 55%, and here 100%. So here we can have something like Michael. So Michael Jason. So Jason. So for Michael Jason, we are going to have 30%, and for here we are going to have 35%, and for here we are going to have 80%. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have the table over here with 3 rows. So we have the first row, John Doe, Jane Doe, then Michael Johnson, then we have the headers over here. So this is how to simply create tables in HTML. So don't worry about visuals. So this is an HTML course. So when we get to CSS, we'll start styling these tables and make them look much more nicer for your users. So just take your time and understand the HTML. So once we get to CSS, you'll know how to style. So don't rush the process. Just take your time and understand. So I think next is using forms. So how do we use forms? So for that, I'm going to create another file over here. Then I can call this form.html. Then I'll press enter. Then I can collapse my form.html. So I can have my exclamation mark. Then I can have something like form. So now I can simply open back. Then we'll head back to the form.html. So make sure you have this .html. So now I can come, then I'll have h1. Then I can just call this something like user form. So user registration form. Form. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have user registration form. So next, let's start creating our form. So to create the form, we use the form element to wrap the form. Then just remove the action, we don't need it for now. And inside the form, we can have our individual form elements wrap over here. So we can have the first, we have the input element, which is used to create an input for a user. So it's a self-closing tag. And here you can specify the type of input you want. So this input can be for our username. So I can have a label. So this label, so I can have label for user name. Then here I can write something like user name. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have username over here. Then we'll have this input and we can simply type any text over here. So I can simply grab the label, then I can wrap it in a div tag. And then if I wrap it in a div tag, we'll have a block element, so we'll have it on top. So the div tag is a block element, so that's why to convert this into a block element. So we can have username, then we can have the password of the user. So but before we create the password of the user, I'll simply copy this, then I'll wrap everything inside a p tag, and then I'll paste everything inside the paragraph. So this will be our first section of the form. Then you can have the second section, which would be for the user. So for example, I can have country, then let me change it to country. So now hopefully we want the person to be able to select a country. So how do we achieve this? So it's pretty simple. I can simply remove the input, then we can go with the select. So put select, and inside the select, so we can have IDs and name. So let me remove the ID and name, I don't need them for now. Then we can have options. So we can have the first option, and here we can have the value. So I can have the first option, then I can make it USA. Then I'll write USA. Then I can have the second option. So second option over here. Then I can change this to Spain. So Spain. Then we can have Spain. Then I can come to and have another option. Then for this option we'll have Canada. Then Canada. So now if we come over here, we'll have country. And if the person click, the person can simply select his or her country over here. You can select any of the country. So next is password. So how do we create passwords? So first, copy the first input over here. So copy the first paragraph. Then I'll simply bring it over here. Then we can change this to password. So password. Then label for password. So now hopefully if I come, I'll change this text over here, the type to password. So password. So now hopefully if I come, then we'll have this password. So if we check for the username, we'll have the text, but for the password, if we type, we'll have this dot, meaning it's a password input field over here. So another attribute I want to discuss before we go is the placeholder attribute. So I can go to the top over here, then I can add a placeholder. So I can ask the user to write something like maybe enter your full name. So this is a hint text. So if the user visit, the person will have this hint over here, enter your full name. And if the person start to type, it will vanish. So that's the use of the placeholder. So I can have another placeholder over here, then something like enter your password over here. So now hopefully if I come, I can simply enter my username, then I can enter my password before submitting. Another element we can use is the text field. So for example, if I copy this, then I come, then I paste the password, then I'll change the password over here in something like address, then I'll change this to address. So now hopefully if I come to the placeholder, I'll write something like enter. So sorry, let me just remove everything, we don't need it again. Then we'll write text area, then I'll remove the name and everything, so we can have the text area over here. So the text area comes with the rows attribute. So rows, so I can have rows, then I can set the rows to something like 5 rows. So now if the user come, the person will have this long text field over here, and the person can simply write on multi-line. So that's the use of the text area field. So if we come, we can also set values. For example, if I come down, I can set the value of any input field over here or the text field. For example, if I come to the top input field, I can set the value. So we'll have another attribute called the value. So if I set it equals to John Doe, and then I come, so by default we'll have John Doe over here. So this is the default value. So if we refresh, we'll have John Doe already there, and the person can simply twist it. So that's how to set a value in any of your input field. But for the text area, if I start writing anything over here, so if I write something like BLK45 and then I come, we'll have the text over here. So that's how to also set any value there. You can just write between the tags. So for the text area, we have the opening and we have the closing tag. So next is how to put checkboxes and other toggles. So for example, if I bring this down, so sorry, so let me copy the input. So I'll copy my input, so I'll bring it. So now I just want to demonstrate something for you. For example, you can have something like gender, then I can change this to gender. Can I spell gender? So gender. So now if I come and remove the placeholder for the type attribute, there are a lot of types you can use over here. So if you come, we have checkboxes, we have color to select color, we have time, date, to select time, the image, and we have month, and we have a lot of them emails, we have text, time, and URL, and week. And so for example, if I select date, so let me just put date for now, and if the user comes, you can simply select a date from here. So you can select a date. So next up, let me change this so I can change it to radio or checkbox. So let me change it to radio first. So if we come, we'll have this radio over here. Then I can change this to checkbox. So checkbox. So if we come, we'll have this checkbox over here. So this is how to use any of the input type. So if you remove this and put this over here, then you can select any of the type you want to go with. So I'm going to go with the radio. So for this input, I'll have a text over here. So I'll write a div, then I'll have male for this, and then I can, so if I come over here, we'll have male. So we want to have female too. So if I copy this and then I bring it, then we are going to have female over here, so that the person can select between male and then the female over here. So this is how to use the radio input type. So next is a button, so that the user can click on the button to simply submit our form. So I can have a p tag over here, so that I'll have a paragraph between the form elements and the button. So I can have my button, and here I can write something like submit form. So submit form. So here we are not going to handle any action. So when we get to JavaScript, so that's where we are going to handle how to submit our forms. So now if I come, we are going to have this button over here, and the user can simply click on the button to submit the form. So this is how to simply create a registration form. So you can do a text, then you can start by creating a registration form, so that the person can enter his name, that's the first name, last name, then select the country, then password, and the person can simply register. Or you can create a login form for email and password, and the person can simply log in. So you can experiment with any of the projects. So I challenge you to create any of these projects I have mentioned. And don't worry about your visuals. Like I said before, this is an HTML course, so this is not a design course. So once we get to CSS, we'll start splashing some designs over here. Then you are going to enjoy the journey once we get to CSS, but take your time to understand the HTML first. So next up, we are going to add audios and videos. So I'm going to click over here, and I'm going to create another file. Then I can call it media.html, then I'll press enter. So now I can collapse this, then I'll put an exclamation mark, then here I'll have media, then now I can open back, then I can go to media. So media. So did I spell my media correct? So sorry, media.html. So media.html. So I can come, then I can have an h1, then I can write something like audio and video. So audio and video. So first, let's start with audio. So how do we put an audio file over here? So I don't have any audio file for now. So I'm going to just record a demo audio. So I'm going to go to my sound recorder. So this is my sound recorder. So I'm just going to create an audio file. So I'll click to start recording. So this is a sample audio I'm going to use to demonstrate how to display the audio tag on our website. So let me cut. So this is the recording. So I have the file number 22. So now I can close this. So I have my folder over here. So I'll scroll, then I'll select my 22. So I have a lot of recordings over here. So it's number 22. Then I'll go back to my file. So let me open back to my file, my front-end navigator course. So now I'll go to the assets. Then I'll paste the audio file. So now this is the audio file. So I can close this, and then I can come assets, and we have the recording over here. So now I can simply right click, then I'll change the name to something like maybe audio. So audio, so I'll change it to audio over here. So now if I go to the media, I can simply come, then we'll have our audio. So now I can come, then I'll write audio. So sorry, I can write audio to create an audio tag. So once you create it, you have the source attribute. Specify the source of the audio. So I'll put a dash and access, then dash again, then I'll select my audio over here. So now hopefully if I come and then I refresh, we are not going to find anything. But if we come and then we'll write controls, so controls, so write controls. So once you put the controls, find the controls over here to change, add the volume, and then we'll have the audio file. So let me play it. Start recording. This is a sample audio I'm going to use to demonstrate how to display the audio tag on our website. So, and that is it. You have successfully added an audio file to your website. So now you can start creating your music website. But before you start creating any music website, make sure to understand HTML and CSS first. So calm down and let's go. So now let's add videos. So now we are going to add videos. So I'll go to pixels. So now I'll send my cursor. Then I'll search for any video. So sorry. So let me search for programming. So programmer. So I'll select videos. So click over here, select the videos. So that will filter by videos. So search, or you can simply come here. So this is where to switch between videos and photos. So I'll click on videos. So now I can select any video. Let me look for a dark programmer. So let's go with this hacker. So I'm not encouraging any hacking. So I'm just selecting it because I like it. So I'll select this video file. So now I can click on the free download, or I can click over here, then I'll select my dimension. Just select a smaller size, don't go and select any heavy size. So I'll just select this HD size, then download. Then I'll just download it. So once you have it downloaded, you can simply open it in your folder. So this is the video I've downloaded. Then I can simply select it, then I can cut it. Then I can open back my project, and then so this is my project. So I'll go to my assets, then I'll paste the video where I have my audio and my image over. So now I can open back, and now we have this video. So right click and select. So select the video, right click, then rename it to something like programming. So can I get programming? Oh my god. So programming. So it's an MP4 format. So now I can come, then I can simply have an H2 tag. So H2, then I'll write something like video. So now I can just write the video to add a video tag. So this is how to add a video tag. So they're just similar. So now I can have the source. So I can put dash access, then I can select my programming.mp4. So now if I come, then we'll have our video over here. So we'll have this large video over here. You can set the dimensions. So I can come, then we can have the width of the video. Then I can have 500 pixels. So to decrease it, so this is the video. So I can come, then I'll add controls too. So controls, just like we did for the audio. And now hopefully if I come, I'll have this control so that I can set the controls. So I can enlarge it. So let me decrease it. So this is how to add videos over here. So if I refresh, so I'll have the video over here. So next up, we are going to discuss semantics and why it's important to have semantics on your website. So I can simply come, then I'll click over here to create a file. So right click, new file. Then I can call this file something like main.html. Then I'll press enter. So I have main.html open. So I can simply have the boilerplate. Then I can call this main.html. So why do we need semantic? So once you are done creating your website and you have it online deployed, you might want to index your website. So index simple means giving your website out for Google to show it on their search page. So if you try to index any of your website, then you might want your website to be ranked higher. So this is where semantic plays a huge part. So once you use semantic to create your website, Google will know how to display your website better and rank your website higher on search engines. So we are going to start with some semantic tags. So first we have the header tag over here. So the header tag is used to define the top section of a web page, often containing the logo and the navigation. So I can have a header tag over here. So that's the first tag I want to have. And inside the header tag, I can have a navigation tag for my navbar. And I can have different links. So I can have links over here. So I can have a UL, then I can have a LI, then I can have my first link over here. So for my first link, so I can have my index.html, then I can call it home, then I can copy this link, then I can bring it, then paste it, then I can paste it. So if we click, we have home, so we have the media, then we have a phone, so we have media, then we have phone. So I have home, then I have media, then I have the form over here. So now if we come and then we go to the main, so main.html, so we'll have the home, media, then we'll have the form. So we can have our company name over here. So I can wrap it in an H3, then it can be a logo, whether it's an image or a name. Then I can call this something like fun text. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have fun text. Then we'll have the links over here. So this is the use of the header tag, so that we'll group all the heading sections over here. So the next tag is a section tag. So I can have a section. So this is used to group different sections of your website. For example, I can have a home section over here, and inside my home section, I'll have the H1. So this H1 is a semantic tag also used to define headings. So I can have something like hi, then I can have welcome to my first website over here. So I can come down, have some paragraphs, and here just type lorem, then press enter. I will have this dummy data over here. So this is just a dummy data. So this is the first section we have. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have our nav section. We'll have another section over here containing our hero section over here. So we can have another section over here. Then we can have H2. Then we can call it the about section. So we can call it the about section of your website. So I can have a div. And inside the div, I can have lorem text. So now if we come, we'll have the about section of our website. So this is how to use our sections tag. So I can have another section, and next we are going to discuss the article. So first, let me have the section H2. So I can call this maybe blog post. So this is used to contain a piece of information such as news articles or blog entries. So I can come, then I'll have a paragraph, and then we can have an article. So I can have an article tag, and inside this article I can have an H2, and I'll have my first article over here, which is talking about front end. So front end development. So that's the first article. Then I can have a paragraph, then I can have some lorem tags, and then I can copy this article. So the article is inside the paragraph tag, so I'll copy the paragraph so that we'll have some margins. Then I can paste this, then I can change this to UI/UX. So now hopefully if I come, we'll have an article over here front end, then we'll have the UI UX over here. So this is how to use semantics. And next is the footer. So the footer element defines the bottom section of your website. It often contains the copyright information of any website. So now I can come to the footer over here, then we can write something like maybe all rights reserved. So it contains copyrights, and that's the last section of your website. So this is normally the last section of every website, the footer section. So this is how to use semantic to structure your website so that your website will have a meaning. So I think we have come a long way over here. So we have learned the basics of HTML. Then we've moved to some advanced concepts like using semantics, form, images, and videos. And I'm sure now you can start creating your own smaller projects. So like I said before, for HTML, don't put much emphasis on your visuals. So next we are going to discuss CSS, and we are going to start splashing some designs over here and create some nice looking website with CSS. Congratulations, we've just finished our HTML course. HTML is very simple, so if you check, we didn't even spend a lot of time on the course. So this is all you need to know about HTML. So once we start creating advanced projects, you have a hand on some of these elements and tags. So in our next lesson, we'll look at CSS, which is cascading style sheets, and how to use CSS to make our website visually appealing. So we are going to splash some colors and designs on our skeleton. So I can't wait to see you in the CSS course, and I'm looking forward to take you through the course. Hi, welcome to the CSS course for beginners. In this course, you'll learn all the fundamentals of CSS and how to harness the power of CSS in creating beautiful and stunning web pages and websites. But before we start, we need to understand what CSS is. So CSS, or cascading style sheet, is used to design your website. HTML defines the structure and CSS are the design. Just take it like a blank canvas. So HTML is the blank canvas and CSS are the colors, backgrounds, borders, margins, patterns, and shadows to make it look beautiful and stunning. Now let's discuss what you are going to learn in this course. So first, we'll learn how to target elements in CSS. We'll learn how to use CSS to target different elements on our website or our HTML content. Then we'll learn the different properties we can apply to text. And next, we'll learn the box model. We'll learn how to use the box model to lay out a website. And lastly, we'll learn about background. So this is what we are going to cover in this beginner series course. So this is just the beginning of the journey. After you are done with the basics, there will be another lesson that will teach you the advanced concepts of CSS. I have an empty folder open over here. So what I'm going to do is open it in VS Code. So I'm going to send my cursor up over here, then I'll click, and then I'll write CMD in my command prompt. So once I have my command prompt open, I can write code space period to open it in VS Code. So I'll have the whole project open in VS Code over here. So let me close this. So what I want to do is create my HTML file. So I'm going to click over here to create a file. Then I'll have index.html. Now press enter. So now I'm going to create a folder so that I'll separate my CSS file from the HTML file. So you click over here to create a folder. So I can call it styles. Then inside the styles, I can create another file for the CSS. So I'll click and call it main.css. Then I'll press enter. So make sure you have the .css, which means .cascading style sheet. I'll press enter to create the file. So I have these two files. I have the HTML file, then I have my CSS file. So let me close the CSS file. So the CSS file is inside this styles folder. So now I want to link the CSS file to the HTML file and start styling. So I'll click here, then I'll open my HTML file. So I'll collapse this. Then I'll have my exclamation mark, and then I'll select this to have the HTML boilerplate. I can have my title, then I can change this to CSS. So now to link it, I'll go inside the head tag, then come below the title or above the title, then put it anywhere in your head tag. So I just like to always put it below my title. So I'll write link, then I'll select CSS over here. So this is CSS, then I'll click it. So I'll have this. So this means it's a style sheet. Then I'll have the href, which is the location of the CSS file. So now I can go over here, then I'll remove this. So now our CSS file is inside a folder called styles. So I'll put dot, then I'll put /, then I'll select the styles, then I'll put /, then I'll select main.css. So now that's all. I've linked it. But how do you know it's linked? So let's open the file first. So I have the live server installed. And if you don't have the live server, just go to your extension tabs and install the live server. Then you can open by clicking on the go live. So once I open, I'll have my file. So this is my file. So I want to test to see if the CSS file is working. So to test and see, I can try changing the background color of the whole body. So this is the body element. So I'll click over here, go to styles, main.css, then I can collapse. So to select my body, I'll just write body, then I'll have curly braces. So to change the background color, I'll simply write background, then I'll select background color. So I can change the background color to black. We'll just change it to black. So now hopefully if I come, then I open. Once you save it, the background color will change to black. I can change the background color to red or something else. So if I hover my mouse over here, then I can simply select any color over here. So I can select this color. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have the color change over here. So our CSS file is working correctly. So now I can remove this. So make sure you always save your files. For me, I'm using the auto save. So if you check, I don't usually save, it is automatic. So to have this option, go to your settings. Just click on settings, workspace. Let me zoom out. Then I'll select the text editor. Then I'll scroll, select files. Then I'll scroll, select the autosave over here and change it to after delay to add the autosave option. So now let me collapse this, then we'll come back to our file. So let me zoom it back. So now let's define the various ways we can use CSS to select or target our elements. So it's pretty simple. I'll open my HTML file. So this is my HTML file. Previously, we looked at how to target the body. So this over here is called an element selector. So we have the element selector, we have the class and ID, and we have other special selectors like selecting an element based on an attribute. That's an attribute selector. But we are going to focus on the element selector, the class selector, and the ID selectors. So this will achieve pretty much every result you want. So first, let's start with the element selector. The element selector is used to select a CSS element. For example, if I have an H1 element over here, then I call it heading element. Then I can come down, then I can have a paragraph. Then I can write something like this is a paragraph. Can I spell paragraph? Oh my god, so paragraph. So I have a paragraph, then I have an H1 over here. We can add another paragraph. So I can add another paragraph, write something like this is the next text I want to select. So I have two paragraphs over here. We are going to target this H1, then we'll try targeting the P elements. So if I open over here, then I can remove my body color. So now we are going to start with elements. So I can have a comment. So this is how to create a comment with CSS. So comments are not run by the browser. So to create a comment, I can simply click on Control or Command and hold it. Then I'll click on / to have this comment. So I can write something like element selectors. So now hopefully if I come down, I can start targeting my elements. So first, to target an element, just write the name of the element. For example, if I write H1, then I'll target the H1. So now I can change the color of the H1 text. So I can change the color to something like, maybe let me select this color bar here. Now hopefully if I open, then I come, then I'll have the H1 element color change. So I can change it to something else. So I can change it to blue over, so it's deep blue. So hopefully if I come, I'll have the color of the H1 element change. So if I come, then I have another H1 over here. So H1, so H1, then I'll write this is another, can I spell this? So this is another H1 element. Can I spell element? So element. So now if I come, we have two H1 elements. So the style will be applied to all the two elements over here. So if I come, then we'll have this element to change. If you're using element selector, make sure the style you want to apply is affecting all that particular element. For example, the font size. I can change the font size of every H1 tag to a specific font. So next, what if we have an H2? So I have an H2. So if I write something like this is a subtitle, then I'll come down. So I have H2. So if I open, the H2 will not be affected. So I can also select the H2 and add it to the H1. If I can come, then I can have H2. Then I can change the color over here to this color. So this is the RGB color. If I click, we'll have the hex value. I usually like to go with the hex values. So I can copy the hex value, then I'll paste it over here. So now if I come, we'll have this color change. But there's another shortcut you can use to save this time. For example, you can select a lot of elements with one selector. So I can come, then I'll put a comma, then I'll put H2. So this means select the H1 and the H2 element. So now hopefully if I come, have the H2 element color change. So this is used to select two or more elements. So I can have a paragraph, then I can have a div over here. So I'm adding paragraphs and div. So now if I come, the paragraph will be affected. So now let's remove the paragraph and the div. Then let's remove the H2 and leave the H1 over here. So I can also select the paragraphs over here. Then I can try to change the color of the paragraph. So the color to something like, let's go with this color over here. Now hopefully if I come, we'll have the paragraph color change. So this is the paragraph. I think the color is a little bit lighter. So let me select it and let me make it darker. So I have this dark color. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have the color of the text for the paragraph change over here. Now we all know how to select elements with the element selector. So next up, let's go to the class selector. So class selector, nice way selector, so select. So the class selector is used to select elements based on a class. So if I come over here, I can add classes over here. For example, I can have a class, so I'll write class. Then I can write something like maybe green. Then I can come and add another class over here. Then I can change the class to green again. So I have this green class over here. It means I want to change the color of these elements to green. So if I come over here, then to write a class selector, we have a period. So you write period, then the name of the class. So if I write green, green, if I open my curly braces, and inside here I can have the color, then I can change it to green. So now hopefully if I come, I'll have the color of this change to green. Then let me zoom it, I'll have the color of this change to green. So this is how to use a class selector. The class selector saves you a lot of time. So we are always going to be using a lot of classes. So for example, I can have another class and then I can add it over here. I can call it something like big. So this is the name of the class, big. So now if I come, I can target the big class, so big. Then I can change the font size, so font size to something like 4 rems. So now if I open, I'll have this change to 4 rem and the color change to green over here. If you check, we are using 2 classes over here. We have the green class who changes all the elements with that class to green, and we have the big class who changes the font size of all the elements with that class. For example, I can just come over here, then I can use the big class, so I can add the big class over here. Now hopefully if I come, we'll have this big class affecting this h1 element over here. So this is how to use a class. So for classes, we can have a lot of classes. So I can have a lot of classes on the same element over here. So once we start creating complex components, we'll be using a lot of classes. So next up, we have the ID selector. If I come, we'll have lastly the ID selector over here. So now the ID selector is used to target an element with a unique ID. An element with a unique ID. If I come, so let's remove this big class over here and assign this h1 an ID. I can assign it an ID, then I can call it hero. So I'll call it hero. So now if I come, I can grab the hero ID. So to grab the hero ID, I'll have this hash sign over here. Then I'll write the name of the ID. So the name of the ID is hero, so I'll write hero. Then I'll open. So now I can start styling that ID element. For example, I have the font size, the font size, so I can change it to something like 3 rem, and then I can come, then I'll change the color to something like, maybe let me scroll, then let me change it to brown over here. So now if we come, we'll have the color change to brown, we have the font size change to 3 rems. So if you check for the hero, previously we used the h1 to change the color to this deep blue over here, but now it has been changed to brown. So if I remove, so let me comment this out, or let me just cut it out. Now if we come, we'll have the blue color, and if I put this back and then we'll come back again, we'll have changed to brown. So if you check, we have hierarchies. So CSS use hierarchies to define the level of importance attached to each element. So the ID is on top of the hierarchy. Then we have the class, then we have the element selectors. So what do I mean? If I come, then I'll create a div over here. Then inside this div, I'll have a class. I'll have a class. Then I'll call this class something like article. Then I'll have another ID, and then I'll call this ID something like content. So I have an ID and a class attached to this. So let me write, this is the content. Can I spell content? So content, oh my god, so content of my div element. So we have this content over here. So now if I go over here, then I scroll, then first let me target the div, and then now we can change the color of the text. So let me change the color of the text to something like maybe green, or let me change it to gray. So now if I come, then I scroll, we'll have the color change to gray. So this is the color So let me zoom it. So let me zoom it. If I come, we'll have the color over here change to gray. So if I try to assign the class, so let me target it by the class. The class is article. So dot can have article. So now if I change the color again, so let me change the color to black. So black. So now hopefully if I come, instead of gray, we'll have this black text. So now if I target it by the ID, so let me target by the ID. Sorry, so what is the ID? I think it's content. If I open the ID is content. So if I put the ID content, then I come. Then if I try to change the color, so maybe if I scroll, then I look for any color. So let me go with violet. So violet. Now if I come, now we have our color changed to violet. So if we open, the ID selector is most important. Then we have the class, then we have the element selector in order of hierarchy. Next up, look at the text properties we can use to style our text. We have our previous codes over here. So I can right click, create a new file, then I can call this file. So for example, I can call it text.html, then I'll press enter. So I can go to the styles, create another styles file, which I can call it text.css. Now let me collapse the folder. Then I'll go inside my text.html. So I'll have my boilerplate, so exclamation mark. So I can call it text. And then I can call, so let's write something here. This is a sample text. So I have my live server running. So now if I open, I'll have this. So let me change this to text.html. So text.html. So I have the file in the browser. So now let's connect our CSS file. So I'll have a link. Then I'll select CSS. So inside here, I'll move this. Then I'll put my first slash, then styles. Then I'll select the text.css. So now hopefully we can start styling our text. So let me grab the text over here. So first we are going to look at font size. So font size, so that's where we are going to start. So I can have an h1 and then I can call this hero text, and then I can have my h2, so h2, then I can call it subtitles. So now I can have a class for all the h1s, then I can call it hero, so sorry, hero. Then I can have a subtitle, so class, then I can call it subtitle. So now hopefully, let's open our text.css file over here. Then now if I open, I'll have my hero, then I'll have my subtitle over here. So now I can start by grabbing hold the hero text, so the hero text, and then I can change the font size. So I can change the font size by writing font size. Then we have the options over here. We have large, larger, medium, small, smaller, extra large, extra small over here. Then if you scroll, we have percentage, we have inches, we have a lot of values we can use over here. So first, let's start with the large. So I can have large. Now if I open, we'll have the large text over here. And if you check, the large text has been decreased. So this happens because H1 text have a bigger font than the large property. That is why it has reduced. So I can come over here, then I can change it to something like 3 rems. So now hopefully if I open, then we'll have the hero text over here. So now if I come, I can select my subtitle over here. So I come, then I'll put dot, then subtitle, then I can open. Then I'll change the font size over here to something like 2 rems. Now hopefully if I can have the subtitle, then we'll have our hero text over here. So instead of rems, we also have pixels and other units. So there are a lot of units we can use over here. So next up, we are going to look at alignment. So how do we align items? So align items. So the text align property is used to align our text items or inline items. For example, if I put dot, then I'll have my hero. Then if I open, I can simply use the text align. So text align, then I can align it over here. We have justify left, right, start, then we have the end over here. By default, it's left, so we can change it to right. So if I open, we align it to the right over here. So I can just align it to the center. So center. So now if I open, then I can to be aligned to the center over here. So this is how to use the align text property. So you can align it to the left, center, then right, then you can also justify. So I can use the justify value. So I can open, then I can change it to center. So now I'm centering all the hero elements over here. Now hopefully if I open my text file, so here if I create another div, and then I can call it something like maybe section 2. Oh my god, so section 2. So now if I come, then I have my class. So if I have a class over here, then if I call it the hero class, and hopefully if I come, now the text will have the values and the properties of the hero text. But if you check, this is bold and this is not bold. By default, all the heading elements are bold. So if we want to make everything bold for the hero section, I can come over here. So I can go on top, then I can have something like font weight. So font weight, then I can make this bold or bolder. So I can select bolder. Now hopefully if I open, so we'll have the font weight change to bolder for all of our hero elements. Now hopefully if we can have these hero elements. Next up, we have the text decoration. So if I come, then I'll have the text decoration or text deco. So let me grab my subtitle. So I can come, then I'll grab the subtitle again. Then now if I write something like text decoration, then we'll have these text decorations over here. We have the dash, the dotted, line through, overline, then we have solid, then we have underline, then we have wavy. So let me select the line through first. So I can select the line through. So now hopefully if I come, we'll have this line over here. So I can also come, then I'll change this to underline. So underline to underline the text. Now hopefully if I come, we'll have the text over here underlined. So I can change it to overline. So you can have something like overline. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have the line over here. So this is how to decorate your text. So I can just underline it. So let me underline the text over here. So I can also make it italic by using the font style property. So font style, then I can choose italic. So I can make it italic. So now hopefully if I come, we'll have the text italicized over here. So this is how to also decorate your text. So next up, we are going to look at how to use some nice fonts and change the font family of our text. So I can open my browser, then I can head over to Google Fonts. So search for Google Fonts. So Google Fonts. So select the first link, which is fonts.google.com. Just click on the first link. So now we have the Google Fonts open. You can select any of the font over here and start using it in your CSS. So scroll and look for a font. So this is the font I always like to go with, Montserrat. So just search for Montserrat. So this is the font over here. It's a nice font and it's usually used for mobile phone applications. Then you can search for Poppins. It's also nice. So Poppins. So this is the Poppins font. So let me just select the Poppins. then we can scroll. So now I can click on get font, and then I'll click on get embedded code. So now we can either link it or import it to the CSS. So now I'll click on the link. So let's just go with the import. So now I'll click on the link and I'll show you how to use the link and use the import. Now just click on the link and click on copy code. So now hopefully I can, I'll open the text.html, then I'll paste the link over here, link the font. So now we'll have this font linked over here. So now if I go over here, then I scroll up, we can change the font family of everything. So we have this important selector, which is the asterisk selector. So asterisk means select everything inside the website. So I'm selecting everything, then I'm changing the font family. So font family to our font. So this is the font, the Poppins. So if you open back, then you scroll, you have this over here. So this is how to use it. Just copy this over here, then copy it. Now open, go to your CSS file, then you paste it. You have the Poppins over here. Now hopefully if I open back, then I go to my text, have the font of the text change to this nicer font. So this is the Poppins font we are using, and it has affected everything. So now hopefully you can come and also use the import. So I can click on the import, then I'll copy the code. So I'll open. So now if we remove this, so let's remove all the links. Let's remove all the links over here. So I can go to the text.css, then I can scroll, then I can paste this over here. So remove the styles, so the styles. So now hopefully if I come, we'll still have the text changed to the Poppins font. So you can use this method or you can use the other method. I usually like to use this method because I like to separate everything concerning my styling to a separate CSS file. So this way, if I open my CSS file, everything concerning stylings should be there. So next up, we are going to use the box model to control our content layout. So now I have this HTML file over here. So now I've created a box model.html file, and inside my styles folder, I've created the box model.css file. If you open, we'll have this style sheet assigned over here. So now if I come inside my body tag over here, I can have a div, and there's this shortcut you can use to assign class. So if you write div, input period, and then you write something like box, it means create a div with the class box. If I press enter, I'll have a div with the class box, and inside here I can have an h2, then I can call this something like happy coding, then I'll have a div, then I'll write something like welcome to my first HTML website. So now I can come down, have a paragraph, and inside this paragraph I'll have a long text. So now I have my box, and inside the box we have this content over here. Now hopefully if I open, now let's move to the box. So I'll go to box.html. Sorry, it's box underscore model. So box, let me put my underscore model.html. So now we have our box model over here. So let's change the font. So I can go. So if we go to our text.css, we'll have this code to change the font. I can copy it, then I'll create a separate CSS file, then I'll call it font.css. So you can have font.css, then you paste this, so that you can be importing this font.css inside all your HTML files. So I go to the box model file, then I collapse, then I can link it. So link, then CSS. So I'll remove this, then I'll put /, then styles, then /, then I'll add the font.css. Now I've linked two CSS files. Now hopefully if I come, we'll have the font change over here to this nicer font. So let me decrease my this. Let me decrease it. So this is the text over here. So now I can come, then we'll target the box. So I'll go to the box. So let me go into my box model CSS file. So now hopefully if I target the box, so box, I can change the width. So let's change the width to something like 300 pixels. So that will decrease the width small over here. So now I can come, then I'll add the border of the box. So let's add the border. So I can have a border. So to add a border, I can have the thickness of the border. So if I write something like 0.2 rems, then we'll have the type. So it can be a solid border. So solid. Then we'll have the color of the border. I can have a color of something like white. So not white, so something like black, or let me make it this color. So D. Make sure there are 6 D's, so D. So now hopefully we'll have this box over here, and inside the box we'll have the border. So this is the border, this is the content, and we can then put the pattern, which is the space between the border and the content. Hopefully if I come, I can have pattern, then I can make something, I can have it something like 2 pixels. So hopefully if I come, I'll have 2 pixels. So 2 pixels is too small, so let me change it to 20 pixels. Hopefully if we come, we'll have 20 pixel space between the border and the content. So this is what we call pattern. So pattern means the space between your border and your content. So next is margin. So margin is the space between the border and the environment. So this is a border and this is our environment. So the space between this and the environment is the margin. Now hopefully if I come, so margin, and then I can have the margin something like 20 pixels. Now hopefully open, then we'll have 20 pixels space between the box and the environment. Let me increase it to make it obvious. So let me change the 20 pixels. So sorry, let me close this. Change this 20 pixels to something like 50 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have it over here, 50 pixels over here. So another way is to add a pattern or a margin, the top, bottom, the left and the right. So now if you check, for example, let me remove the margin. So let me remove the margin, leave the pattern. So if you check, the pattern is affecting the top, the bottom, the right and the left. So we can come, then we can say, okay, for the top we can have a pattern at the top. For the top we'll make it 40 pixels, so 40 pixels. For the right, so pattern right. So for the right we'll go with 20 pixels. Then we'll have pattern, then we'll have the left, which is 20 pixels. So sorry, let me put my column. Then we'll have 20 pixels. Then we'll have pattern at the bottom, so bottom. Then we'll have something like 40 pixels. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have the top 40, bottom 40, left and right 20. So this is how to also add pattern to the top, bottom, left and right. So there's a shortcut. So instead of writing this whole code, I can have a single pattern over here, and here we'll start by assigning the top. So the top is 40, right? So it usually starts from the top. So it will start from the top, then it will go to the right, bottom and the left. So what do I mean? If I write 40, then if I write 20, it means 20 to the right, and if I write 40 to the bottom, and if I write 20 to the left. So top, right, bottom and the left. So if I come, we'll achieve it over here, top, right, bottom and left with one code over here. So we can do the same for the margin. So I can have a margin, then for the top margin I'll have 40, for the left I'll have something like 20 pixels. So if you leave it this way too, so this is another way. For example, if I leave something like 40 then 20, so 40 and 20 means 40 to the top and the bottom, and 20 to the left and the right. So this is another shortcut. So now the same has affected the margin. So if we open, we'll have 40, we'll have 20 pixels, then we have 20 pixels over here. So you can also use the margin to bring an element to the center. So what do I mean? So if I come, then I leave the 40 pixels, then I put auto. So auto means add an auto margin over here. It will bring it to the center. So this will bring the element to the center of the screen. So now hopefully if I open, so the pattern, let's just leave the default pattern. Let me just leave it 40. So that I'll have it 40 throughout. So I think 40 it will look nicer this way. So next up we are going to look at background. So I'm going to work with the same pose over here. We are going to target this box element, then we are going to change the background. So now if I open my box element, so now we have the box over here. I can come, then I can put a background, so background color to change the background color of the element. So now I can change the background color to this border. So let me change it to the border so that we'll have the same over here. Now hopefully if I come, we'll have the background color change to the border color over here. So this is how to change your background. The simple right background color, then you can select any color. So I think hopefully this color is nice. So I think this color is nicer. So next is adding a background image. So how do we add a background image? To add a background image, we need an image. So I can click over here, then I can go to pexels.com. So you can search for any image. So I can search for something like programmer. Oh my god, I cannot even spell programmer. So programming. So now hopefully if I scroll, I can look for any image. Let me select this image. So first let me download the image. So I have the image over here on my root directory. So let me zoom it. So this is the image. I can select it, then I can call it BG. So I can create a new folder, then I can call it images. Then I can grab the BG, copy it over here. So now hopefully if we open, then we click to the explorer, we'll have images, we'll have bg.jpg. So this is the image, it's a jpg image. So now hopefully if I come, I can add a background image. So background image. So now I'll put a URL, I'll put single quotes, then I'll specify the location of the image. Put dot, then I'll put / over here. So now the image is inside the images folder, and this is our CSS file, right? To go to this images folder, I'll put dot means go outside of the styles folder, and I'll put a / then I'll select my images, then bg.jpg. Now hopefully if I open, then I'll come, then I'll refresh, we'll have the image over here. But if you check, the image is very big, you cannot even see the rest of the image. So to handle this, I can simply come, then I'll have a background size. So background size, then you can set it equals to contain. So I can change it to contain over here. So now I can change the color. So let me change the color of the text so that it will be visible. So I'll write color. Then we can have a white text top. We'll have this white text on top of this dark background. So now if you check, we have the same image over here. If you check, the image has been repeated. We have the image and it has duplicated another image over here. To handle the repetition, I'll have a background repeat. So can I spell background? So background repeat. Then I'll set it equals to no repeat. So no repeat means do not repeat the background. So now if you check, we'll have the image trying to contain the box, and then it will not repeat it. But if you check, the background do not look nice because we want it to cover everything. So we can come and change the contain to something like cover. So can I select cover? So cover. So now hopefully if we come, it will try to cover the whole box. and now we have this nicer look over here. You can also remove the cover, then you can put 100% to X and 100% to Y. So now if we come, we have the whole image trying to cover the whole box over here, but this is not always advisable to go with the cover. So just go with the cover to have this nice image trying to cover it, and you also keep the resolution of the image. So we'll have this nice card over here we've just created with CSS. In our next lesson, we'll look at how to position elements with CSS. Have you ever wondered how to create a fixed sidebar or a fixed navigation bar or a modal? So in the next video, we'll look at how to achieve all these with CSS. Hi, Front-End Navigator. In our last lesson, we look at the fundamentals of CSS and how to use CSS to beautify your website. In this lesson, we are going to take a look at CSS positioning. For example, have you ever wondered how the YouTube navbar or their sidebar is always fixed? Even when you are scrolling, it's always at its position and do not move. So we are going to look at how this is achieved with CSS. So it's coming up. I've just created an HTML and CSS file. So this is the HTML file. There's nothing really going on here. So I've just linked the CSS file to the HTML file. And if I open my CSS file, there's nothing. So I'm going to open the HTML file, then I'm going to collapse this. First, we are going to discuss the relative and the absolute positioning. We normally use the relative and the absolute position together. So what do I mean? I can have a div, then I can call it relative. And this should be your parent element or your parent div. And inside, you can have a content, and the content can be absolute. So I can have a content over here, and that content should be absolute. So now what I'm going to do is open my live server. So I'll click on go live. So now I have it open over here, and there's nothing to show. So I can simply open, then I can collapse this. Now we have a relative, then we have a div inside the relative, and the class is content. So I'm going to click and go to my CSS. So first, the relative is the container. We are going to target the relative. So I'll target my relative, the relative, and inside of my relative, I can give it something like a width. Oh my god, I cannot spell width. So width. Then the width can be maybe 300 pixels. Can I spell 300 pixels? So 300 pixels. And we can have a height. So a height. So let's make it something like maybe 600 pixels. So twice the width. And I can give it something like a background color. So a background color of, I can go with this lighter color. So F2, F2, F2. So I think this color is great. So now if I open, then we'll have this over here. So I think the height is too much. Let's reduce it. So I can make it something like maybe 400, and I can reduce the width to 200. So now hopefully if I come, then I refresh, I'll have this over here. So let's try to bring it to the center. So I can bring it to the center by using the margin. So I can have a margin. Then I can have maybe something like 40 pixels to the top and the bottom. Then I can use the auto to bring it to the center. Now hopefully if I come, I'll have it to the center, and we'll have a 40 pixels over here and a 40 pixels at the bottom. So this is the container. So now I can give it a border radius. I don't know if we discussed border radius. So this is just a radius at the edges. So if I write something like maybe 20 pixels, so 20 pixels is okay. So hopefully if I come, we'll have this round edges over here. So I think now it's nicer. So what I can go to do is simply come and grab the content. So I can come over here. Before we grab the content, first we have to change the position to relative. So position relative. So now hopefully if I come, nothing is really happening over here, but I can choose to move this around. So I can write something like maybe I can write something like left. So if I say left, maybe if I add 100 pixels to the left, and then if I come, it will move to the left 100 pixels. And I can say, okay, to the top, just move it maybe 300 pixels. And if you come, it will nudge it down 300 pixels to the top. Normally, we use the relative with an absolute div or an absolute element. So what do I mean? So if we grab the content, And then first let's set the position to absolute. And then now I can set the background color to, let's just make it white. So white color is FFFF, 6 of them, or you can just leave it 3. So this is okay, or you can make it 6. So now hopefully if I come, I can have a width of something like maybe 80 pixels. Is 80 okay? So let's just make it something like 100 pixels, and a height, so sorry, can I spell height? So I think there's height, so a height of 40 pixels. So I can give it a border radius, so a border radius of maybe something like maybe 10 pixels. And hopefully if I come, we'll have this white over here. So let me decrease it, so I can give it a width. Let's decrease the width to something like 80 pixels and the height to 50 pixels. So I think now it's okay. Or let's decrease the height small again. So let's just make it 30 pixels. So that we'll have this small white over here. So I have it over here. So if you check, it's nudge on top over here. So it is just attached to our container. So to have a space there, we can give the container a pattern so that we'll have a space between the container and its element, just like we did in the box model. So if I give it a pattern of maybe 10 pixels, so hopefully if we come, we'll have a pattern of 10 pixels or a space over here. So now with the absolute, I can simply come. So we have defined the absolute position. So I can come and then be moving it around the relative over here. So when you are using an absolute element, you have a relative container, then you can move your absolute element inside of the container. So what do I mean? I can choose to bring it to the bottom or to just move it around over here. So for example, if I come, then I write something like bottom, then something like maybe 2, so something like 0 pixels or just 0. So now if I come to send it to the bottom over here, and then it will give it a 0 pixels. So if I write something like maybe 10 pixels, then I can come, then we'll have it over here 10 pixels. So mostly if you go online, you normally see people with, they'll like put an image over here, then they'll have a text to the bottom, or they can have a text over here, or they can have a profile image with names. So this is how it is achieved. We have a relative, then we have an absolute content over here, then we can be moving it around. So I can send it to the right, so right, so right of 10 pixels. So now hopefully if I come, it will bring it to the bottom right over here, because I've specified bottom and I've specified right. So I can also send it to the top right too. If I have top, so top 10 pixels and right 10 pixels. So we'll have it to the top over here. So now it has been sent to the top. So this is how we use the absolute with the relative. You have a relative container, then you have an absolute item you can be moving around of your relative container. So next up, we are going to discuss the fixed. So just like the name suggests, fixed means it doesn't move. So for example, if I come, I can remove everything, then I can remove everything over here. Then we can go inside here and create a div, then we can call it something like fixed, then I'll press enter. So we have a div over here with a class of fixed. So what I can go to do is simply grab the fixed class, then I can give it something like a background color. So a background color of maybe, let's just go with a lighter color. So then I have my outshine, so F2 over here. And then I can give it something like a height. So a height of 200 pixels and a width of 250. So 250, can I say 250? So 250 pixels. So I can give it a border radius, so border radius of 20 pixels over here. And now hopefully if we come, we'll have this over here. So we have this. So what we can do is simply go over here, then we can grab our body. So let's grab the body first. Then we can give it a pattern. So a pattern of maybe 20 pixels. So that we'll have a space between the body and our content. So we have a pattern of 20 pixels over here. We have the box over here. So normally if you visit any website, you can have a fixed, maybe a fixed notification over here. So it's normally achieved with this fixed value. So you can have a fixed navbar or a fixed sidebar or a fixed notification panel over here. So this is achieved with the fixed position. So what do I mean? So I can go Then I can come inside here, I can have a content. So content, can I spell content? So content, oh my god. So content, and inside of this content, you can have a paragraph. Then you can write lorem to have a lorem text. Then you can have another lorem text over here. So what I want to do with this is to make it scrollable first. So I can make it scrollable. So let me paste it. Let me paste it over here, and let me paste it. Just paste it a couple of times. And if you come, then you scroll, then you have this scrollable over here. So now we can scroll. So next, what we want to do is simply grab the content. So I can grab the content, and now if I come, so now I can have my content, and the content I can give you something like a width. So a width of 600 pixels. So now hopefully if I come, I'll squeeze the width. So I've squeezed the width over here. So now we can target our fixed element. So this is the fixed element. I can choose to make the position fixed. So position should be fixed. So first position should be fixed. So once it's fixed, then if you try to scroll, so now if you are scrolling, but this should be fixed. So let me decrease this, and then we can scroll. So let me decrease it. So now if you scroll and if you check, this over here will be fixed over there. And if you check, the content over here is overflowing because we have set the width to 600 pixels. So I can, instead of 600 pixels for the width, so sorry, I can have a max width. So max width of 600 pixels. Then I can say something like width of 100%. So now if we come, it will not be scrolling again. So we'll remove the horizontal scroll over here, and then we'll have our nicer content. So what I've just did here, so let me bring this screen and let me have this. What I've did is I've grabbed the content and I said the maximum width should be 600 pixels. So that means it should not exceed 600 pixels, and it should be a width of 100%. So the width by default should be 100%, but it should not exceed 600 pixels. So even if the person is on small screen, but will have this nicer look. So now I can close this, then we can have this over here. So let me expand this, and now if you check, we have this. So we can be moving this around. So what do I mean? So I can come to my fix, then just like we did for the absolute, I can say something like bottom. So bottom of maybe something like 10 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have this to the bottom over here, and then it's fixed. So now if you are scrolling, but it will still remain the position. I can bring it to the bottom right, so I can have something like right. So sorry, right of 10 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, it will be shift to the right side over here. So we can be moving this around. So I can send it to the top right. So top right. So by default, it will be over here. And then you can send it to any part over here. So to bring it to the top right over here. So I can just be moving this around. So I can choose to make it a navbar. So how do we make it a navbar? So for example, if I come, so we can leave it at the top right. There's nothing wrong with it. And here, instead of the width being this, I can say that, okay, the width should be 100% and the height should be something like 70 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have a navbar on top over here. Now if we check, we have our navbar at the top. But if we check the navbar, there's a space here and it has been shifted to here. It's because of the right over here. So the right should be 0 so that it will fit everything. So if the right is 0, it will stretch from here to here. And if we check, the navbar is fixed. So now let me increase our paragraphs. So I'll add another paragraph. So sorry. So I'll copy this paragraph. Then I can paste it over here. Let me paste it 3 times. And now hopefully if I come, I can scroll. So now if I'm scrolling, but the navbar is fixed at the top over here and it does not move. So I can choose to make it a sidebar. For example, I can come. So this is the fix, right? So I can say that, okay, for the height should be 100 viewport height. So 100 viewport height means you should fit the height of the person's screen. So now if you check, it has expanded to the screen. So I can change the width to something like 200 pixels. So 200 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have a sidebar over here. It is attached to the right side. I can bring it to the left by specifying left. So now it should be at the left side over here. But if you check the top, we have 10 pixels because we have specified 10 pixels at the top, so I can make it 0 so that it will just stretch and cover every place. So now it will stretch and cover every place. We have our sidebar over here. Now don't worry about beautiful components. So I'm just trying to let you understand the basics. So once you understand the basics, we'll start creating beautiful nav bars and sidebars and a lot of components. So now your goal is to understand everything and how to use every property and the values. Hi Front-End Navigator. Welcome to the CSS Responsive course. In this course, you are going to learn what responsive design is, why responsive design is so important, and how to create responsive design which fits on every device size. So first, what is responsive design? Responsive design simply means creating websites or application which fits on every screen sizes. So the big question right here is, why is it so important? At first, when mobile phones wasn't popular, people uses laptops and their desktop and bigger computers to access your website and applications. As technology began advancing, they introduced mobile phones and other mini technologies like smartwatches. So this is where responsive design comes. When creating your website, we don't only target people on desktop and laptops and other bigger screens, but also you try to target people on smaller screens like your mobile phone or a smartwatch. This way your application will look nice regardless of the person's screen. So in this course, you are going to learn how to create designs which will fit on every screen, whether the person is using a desktop, a laptop, or a mobile screen. I'll teach you how to create design that will fit on every screen and also look nice regardless of the person's screen. So it's coming up. So I just opened my VS Code and I've created my two files. I have my index.html file and my style.css file. In my index.html file, I've just linked the CSS file over here and nothing really going on. So what I want to do now is collapse this. Then I can click on go live to run my server. So make sure you have the live server running. So once you open your file, so this is my file open. So now I can just minimize, don't close, just minimize. And now we can come and start designing. So first, what I need is a container that will wrap everything. So I can have a div, then if I put period, and then I can call it container. So this is my container. Now press enter. And inside here, we can have our container items. So if I write div, then if I write period, and then I'll give it a class of items. Now check what will happen if I put an asterisk, then I'll write something like 4. So it means create a div with a class item, and I need 4 of those divs. So if I press enter, I'll have 4 of them over here with a class of item. So this is my container. So now I can go, then I'll come to the CSS file. So the first rule we are going to tackle is to use the asterisk, and then we'll try to change everything, the box sizing. So we are going to change the box sizing to border box. So if you don't do this, you are going to be having some overflows and some deterioration in your designs. So always make sure this is the first rule you write when you are creating any application or websites. I can grab my container. So this is my container class. So class. And then I can give it a width. So let's just give it a width of 800 pixels. And then I can give it a height. So a height. So the height, let's just leave it automatic. Let's just give it a pattern too. So we need a pattern. So for the top and down, the top and the bottom should be 50 pixels. For the sides, that's the left and right, 20 pixels. So I can give it a border radius. So a border radius of 20 pixels. Then I can give it a background color of maybe, let's go with a lighter color. So F1, F1, F1. So now hopefully if I open my browser and then I come, we'll have this over here. So this is our container. So the next thing we are going to target is the items. So I'll target the items. Is it item or items? So if I go, okay, it's item. So I can come, then I can target my item. So I can give each of them a width. For example, I can give them a width of 100 pixels. Then I can give them a height of something like 50 pixels and a border radius of 20 pixels. So let's just increase the height. So for the height, I'll increase it to something like 200 pixels. And then here I'll give them a background color of just pure white. So pure white. So FFF. So this is white. Now if I open, we'll have these boxes over here. So now what we can do is start explaining the flex. So the flex is used to arrange the items. So what do I mean? If I go to my container over here, and then I can set the display to flex. So once I set it to flex, then I open, automatically we'll have this displayed in the form of a row. So we can choose to make it a column too. So if I come and then I'll give it a flex direction. So flex direction by default is row. So we have row reverse, column reverse, and we have column. So if I choose column, it will come in the form of a stack, just like it was displayed before. But the flex have more advantage when it comes to changing the directions. So I can just make it a row. So we are going to use the row. So I'll select row. And then if I come, we'll have our flex displayed in the form of a row. So the first thing I want to discuss is the flex gap. So what is a flex gap? So if I come and then I write gap, then I can write something like 20 pixels. So 20 pixels. So this means that we should have a gap of 20 pixels between each item. So if you check, we have spaces between the items. So I can increase it to 40 pixels. So 40 pixels. So now hopefully if I come, we'll have 40 pixel spaces between each item. But what will happen if I come over here? Then let me increase the items. So let me duplicate them. Let me just duplicate them again. So I'll duplicate. I want to have as many items as I can. So I'll duplicate. And now if you check, it is trying to shrink those items to fit the flex container. The more I increase the items, the more they try to fit the container over here. So this can deteriorate your design. For example, if you have images and you want them to stretch, meanwhile it is trying to fit them over here. So this is where the flex wrap comes in handy. So if I come, then I can have a flex wrap, and then I can set it equals to wrap. So now hopefully if I come, you see that it will try to bring it down if it doesn't fit the screen. So it will try to fit them to the screen. And once it gets to the last of the screen, then if there's no room for the item, it will simply bring the item down. This is how to use the flex wrap to create responsiveness. So next we have the justify. So what is the justify? So if I come, then I remove the items. So let me remove items and let me just leave them 4. So I need 4 items. So these are the 4 items I need. So if I come and then I write my justify, so justify content. So justify items. So select justify items. Then we'll have this. We have baseline, center, end, flex end, and flex start. So I'm going to discuss the flex start end. Then we are going to discuss the center over here. So by default, your content is justified to the flex start. So justify is more like an alignment to the opposite axis. I can make the item start from here, or I can bring them to the center, or I can bring them over here. For example, by default, it is justified to the flex start. So if I write flex start and then I open, nothing will happen over here. But if I bring them to the center, so let's have our center. So I'll select center. So now hopefully if I come, so if we check, nothing is really happening over here because I cannot even use the properties justify content, not items. So justify content. So now if you check, it will bring them to the center over here. So let's go with the flex start. So flex start. So flex start means start from the beginning, and we have the flex end. So flex end means send them to the end. So send them to the end over here. So another value you can use over here is space between. So I can write space between, space around, space evenly. So first let's discuss the space around. So I can select the space around, and then if I come, so it will try to evenly distribute the spaces to each item over here. So I can change them to space between. So space between. If I come with the space between, it will try to give a lot of spaces between each item instead of dividing the spaces for each item. So watch what I'm saying. So if I come over here, then I have two items. So now I'm having two items. So if I come, then you check that it will push this item to start from here and this item to start from here. You can use this to create a simple navbar where you have the company logo here. Then you can use flex and space between so that you have the logo here. Then you have your links over here. So I can go back, then I can put back my items. Then I can come, then I can change this to center. So let's just go with the center for now. So next we have the alignment. So I can have align items. So align items. So it's just like it works just like I'll justify over here. So by default, it is at the flex start. So if I come, it will start on top over here. So what will happen if I grab my container? So this is the container. If I give it a height, so let's give it a height. Let's increase it. So maybe 900 pixels. So now if I come, it will stretch it. So I think 900 pixels is too much. So let's just make it 800 pixels. So if we come, we'll have our container over here. So what I can do, simply come and change the align items to center. So if I bring it to center, so now it will try to bring the content to the center of the screen. So it will try to bring the content to the center of the whole container. So this comes in handy when you are creating a login form where you want the login form to simply come to the center of the screen. You can simply make the whole container flex, then you justify it center, then you align it center. So alignment works vertically and the justify works horizontally. For example, if I come, let's make the height maybe 100 viewport height so that it will just fit the whole screen. So if I come, I'll not have the scroll, so that I'll just have this. So watch what will happen if I change my align items to flex end. So flex end. So now hopefully if I come to bring it to the end over here. So this is how alignment works horizontally, vertically, and we have the justify working horizontally when it comes to row items. So now I can open over here and we are going to discuss some important properties. First is the flex grow. So the flex grow property specify how much a flex item will grow relative to the rest of the flex items inside the same container. If all items have a flex grow set to 1, they will take up equal space. If one item has a larger flex grow value, it will take up more space. So what do I mean? So if I come, so these are the items. So what I can do is simply come over here. Then I'll have something like first. Then I'll have something like second. Then I'll have my third. And then can I spell third? Oh my god, so third. And then over here, I'll have the last element. So first, second, third, and last. So I've added some class names. So what I can do is simply come over here. And then I can simply remove their width. Let me remove the width over here for each item. If we come, we are not going to see anything. So I can come, then I'll grab the item. So I can come for the items. I can have a flex grow. So flex grow, then I'll set it equals to 1. Now hopefully if we come, we'll have our items back and they're trying to grow to stretch to fit the whole box over here, which is the container. So what I can do is simply come over here. Then I'll grab my first item. Can I grab my first item? So first, then I can give it a flex grow. So flex grow. So what will happen if I increase the value to something like maybe 4? So for the first one, I've increased it to 4. Now if you check, it has stretched that one and it has what? Decreased these ones over here. So this is how the flex grow work. So I can have for the last. So for the last, then I'll try to, I can give it a flex grow. So flex grow of 4. So now hopefully if I come to stretch that one too, and then it will shrink these over here. So this is how the flex grow works. And next we have the flex shrink. The flex shrink property determines how much a flex item will shrink relative to the rest of the flex items when the flex container is too small. If all items have flex shrink set to 1, they will shrink equally. If one item has a larger flex shrink value, it will shrink more. So let me remove the wrap. So this is the flex wrap. So let me remove the wrap. So what I've just did is I've just deleted every code down. Then I have my item over here. Then I've just left it to the flex glue over here. So now if we come, we just have our first, second, third, and the last item. So now if we come, I can have a flex basis. So flex basis. So this is just simply the width of the items by default. So by default, I can just say that, okay, by default, every item should be 300 pixels. And another thing I've also did is I've changed the width over here from 800 to 100%. So make sure our width is 100%. So now we are going to explain the flex shrink. So I can have a flex shrink. So flex shrink. So by default they are 1. So I'll put 1. So now if I come, we'll have the items stretched over here. So now what I can do is simply grab the first item. So first item. Then I can set the flex shrink. So flex shrink. So I can increase it to 4. So now watch, if I come, nothing is happening. So if I start decreasing, then you realize that it has decreased the box. So this is the box. So it will continue decreasing it till there's no box over there. I can change it to, so let's just make it 2. So now if I come, we'll have it. So it will shrink the items, but it will be shrinking this more than this over here. So I can shrink these 2. So I can change this to 2 times, and then I can change this to 3. So now if I come to shrink all of them, but this is looking obvious because this over here, the number is bigger than those. So let's just make it 2 and 1. So this is how to use the flex shrink and the flex basis. The flex shrink is simply to shrink the item when there is no space, and the flex basis over here is the default width of the items. So next up, we are going to look at how to lay out a responsive website with flex boxes. Are you excited? So let's get onto it. So I'll come over here. So this is the container, right? I'll remove the whole container, and then I can have another container over here. So let's just call it container again. And inside the container, I can have a side bar, so a side, no side content, and the main content. So side content. Then inside of my side content, I can have an H2, which I'll just call side content. And then down here, I have a paragraph of lorem text, so lorem. So this is the side content. So I can have a div with a class of main content, so main content, then I'll press enter. And inside of my main content, I can simply have an H2 over here. Then I can write main content. And down here, I can have a paragraph. Then I'll just write some lorem text over here. I can copy the paragraph of the main content. So I can copy it, then paste it, then I'll paste it again. Now, if we open, we'll have the side and the main content over here. Because this is the first. So let's remove the first and this item. Let's remove the item. So now let's put the wrap back. So now we have the width 100%. The height should be this. This is the pattern. So now if I open, then we'll have this over here. So let's start styling. So I can grab, then I'll grab my side content, so side content, and then I'll grab the main content. So I want to apply this style to both of them. So main content, for each of them, I want their background color to be white, just pure white. So FFF. So sorry, FFF again. So sorry, there should be 6. So 6 of them. Then I want to have a border radius of 20 pixels and a pattern of 20 pixels to both of them. If I come, I'll have the side content, then I'll have my main content over here. So now I can go over here. So we have our flex wrap over here. Then we have the gap over here. So first, let me remove the justify and the align. So now if we open, then we'll have them over here. So now what I can do is to give each of them a flex basis and a flex group. So what I want to do is to divide them over here. So I want to divide them. So I can come over here, then I'll have a flex basis for the side content. So side content. So side content, then I can have a flex basis. And the flex basis should be something like maybe 250 pixels. So 250 pixels. So we'll have it shrink over here. And for the content, so that's the main content. So main content over here, I'll have a flex basis. So flex basis of maybe, let's go with 400 pixels. 400 pixels. So we'll have the main content over here. Or I can also choose to do some calculations over here. So I can have a calculator. So now if we check, there's a space over here and the gap is 40 pixels and the width of the side over here is 250 pixels. So to do the calculations right for this, for the content, by default, we have the width 250 and we have a gap of 40 pixels. So if I come, so this is 250, from here to here is 250, then we have 40 pixels gap. So to do the calculations, I'll say that, okay, take the person's screen, 100% of the screen, then you minus the 250 plus the 40 pixels. So 250 plus 40 will be 290 pixels. So this, if we come, we'll have our main content over here. Then we'll have the side content over here. But if we shrink, then we continue shrinking, then we are going to have this. So now we want to make it responsive. So if the person is on smaller screen, then we'll bring this main content down. So how do we achieve that? So I can come over here, then I can go up. So this is the container. Then I can remove the height. So I can just make it a minimal height instead of height. To create a responsive website, we need to use the media query. So I'll put an @ sign, then you write media, then you open, then you write max width. So max width, then I'll put column. So if I write something like maybe 800 pixels, then I'll come over here. So it means if the person's maximum width is 800 pixels, so if the person's screen is below 800 pixels, I would simply grab the content. So I'll simply grab the side content. Then I can say something like the flex basis. So flex basis should be 100%. So 100%. So sorry. Let me change this to flex basis. So flex basis should be 100%. And then for the size, so for the main content, so main content too. So I'm going to apply this for both of them. So I'll put comma, then I'll have the main content. It means if the person's screen maximum width is 800 pixels, that is 800 pixels and below, then change the flex basis to 100% so that it will stretch and fit the whole screen. Now if I come, we'll have this. If I increase, we'll have this. So this is how to create a simple responsive design. So we have the side content, we have the main content. And if the person is reducing the screen, and if we get to 800 pixels and below, then it will bring the main content down over here to get this nice result. Hi Front-End Navigator. In this course, we are going to learn CSS Animations. We are going to learn how to bring our designs into life with CSS Animations. You've probably seen some simple animations on other websites. You are probably wondering how they are created. Well, in this course, we are going to solve the mystery. We are going to create this simple bouncing ball animation, and after that, we will take it further by creating a real-world sliding modal animations. By the end of this lesson, you have a perfect understanding on how to work with CSS Animations. So buckle up and let's roll. I have my VS Code open over here, and here I just have my index.html file with the style sheet. I'm just connected the style file, so there's nothing really on the style file. And if I open the index file, it's just connecting the style file. So now I'm going to collapse this. Now first, so the first animation is to create a bouncing ball. So I can have a div, the class of ball, then I'll press enter. So now I'll go inside of my style sheet. So the first rule of thumb is to simply set the box sizing to border box, so border box. So now I can simply grab my ball and then I can simply give it a width. Let's go with 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels. Then I'll give it a background color. So we'll go with ash. Then let's select this color 9294, then F5. So I just like this color. So now what we can do is to give it a border radius of 50%. So we'll have a perfect circle. So open index.html, right click, and then I'll scroll to open live cell. So we'll have it open. So once we open, we'll have our bouncing ball over here. So what I want to do is bring it to the center of the screen. I can collapse this. Now I'll go up, then I'll grab the body, and then, so sorry, I'm using capitals, so body. Then I can have a display of flex, then justify. Oh my god, so justify content center, then align items, so align items center, so that will bring the ball to the center of the screen. But once you open, it's not at the center of the screen. It's because of the height. So the body is squeezing the ball up. So what we can do is give it a height of 100 viewport height, so that it will just cover the height of the person's screen. Now we'll have the ball over here at the center of our screen. So next is the animation. So to animate, we simply write the animation. Then we can write the name of the animation over here. So I can write it, so bounce, since it's a bouncing animation. So next is your time. So I can go with something like maybe 2 seconds. So I can go with the infinite, which means do not stop. I want it to continue bouncing. So I can come, then I'll use the keyframes to create the animation. You just write @ symbol, then keyframes, and select this. So the identifier is the name of the animation. So the name is bounce. So now the animation have percentages. So it starts from 0%, then you can go to 50%, then 100%. So for our 0%, that's the starting of the animation. I simply want the margin to the bottom. So margin, can I say margin bottom? Oh my god, so margin bottom, so 0. So initially to start from 0, but once it gets to 50% of the time, that's 50% of 2 seconds, which is 1 second, then we'll have a margin to the bottom. So oh my god, can I say margin? So margin to the bottom, so bottom margin. Then let's just give it something like maybe 100 pixels to the bottom. So once it gets to 100%, that's the end of the animation. I'll have a margin bottom, so margin bottom of 0, so that I'll just bring it down again. So look at what we are doing. We are starting from 0. Once it gets to 50%, so it will start here animating to this point, which is giving it a margin at the bottom, so that it will send it up. Then once it gets to 100%, it will bring it down again. Now if we open, we'll have this simple animation bouncing up and down over here. Isn't that amazing? So now for the bouncer animation, let's create a real world component. Once you open website, you usually see a pop-up. For example, you can see a pop-up, it will just slide in. So you see things sliding inside of the website. So let's create a simple pop-up that will slide in. So I'll open, and then I don't need the ball again, so I'll remove this. Then I'll go here, then I'll remove my ball. So what I can do is simply create a div with the class of modal. So this is the modal, and I can have a paragraph with some lorem text over here. So I can have another paragraph, then I can put my lorem text. So now I can open my styles. So first let's grab the modal. So let's just give it a width of maybe 300 pixels or 300 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. Then we'll give it a border radius, so that we'll have a radius at the border, so 20 pixels. And then now what we can do is give it a shadow. So let me open inside. So this is the modal, so I can have an H3, then I can call it modal, let's just call it modal. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have the modal over here, but it's not nicer, so I can come over here, and then what I want to do, so if you check, we are trying to bring everything to the center with the justify. So let's just remove the justify and the align. So remove the align and remove the justify content. So what we want to do is simply justify content to the center, so we'll have the modal at the center. So now if we open, we'll have the modal at this side. So what we want to do right now is try to bring it to the center. So what I'll even suggest is remove the flex and everything. So we'll try to make the modal fixed. So we'll change the position of the modal to fixed. So we'll give it a left, so that will shift it. So the left should be 50%. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have the modal to this side over here. So what I can do is give it a shadow so that you see it. So we can use the box shadow to give it a shadow. So I'll just go with 0, so 2 rems, then 4 rems, then 0, then RGB. So RGB is a color code. So go with 0. So 0 means black, 0 again, and then the A over here. So this is red green. Then we'll have, and the A means opacity. So I can change the opacity to 0.2. But I will have this nice shadow effect over here. But if we check, the modal is below of the content. So what I can do is simply come, then I'll give the modal a Z index of maybe, just give it 5. And if we come, hopefully nothing is happened. Okay, it's because we didn't give a background, so we'll give it a background color. Let's just give it a white color. So FFF, 3 of them. So now if we come, hopefully we'll have the modal stand out. So I can give it a pattern, so a pattern of maybe 20 pixels. So now let's increase the width to maybe 400 pixels. Now we'll have this simple nice modal over here. So what I can do is simply send it to the left. So now let's remove the 50%. Then we can make it something like maybe 2 rems to the left, so that it will just be fit at this side over here. So now what we want to do is slide this modal in. So to achieve this effect, we'll have an animation. So animation, then we can just call the animation modal. Then we can have the timing, so something like, let's just leave it to 1 second. And then I can use this, which is ease in, to ease it in. Let's just go with linear. So linear, so let's go with the linear function. So now I can come, then I can put an @, then I can grab my keyframes, the identifier. And the identifier is simply my modal. So we'll have at 0%. So now what we are going to do at 0%, we are going to hide this. So we are going to shift it to this side. So that means we're going to give it a margin at the left side of negative number. So negative means send it to the left side. So what do I mean? So if I give it a margin at the left of minus 100%, so that means I have a margin to this side of minus 100%. So if I refresh, we'll simply have it sliding in. Then we can have at 100%. So at 100%, we'll have the margin left. Then we'll have the margin left to something like 0. So initially it will hide it, but at 100%, it will simply show it. So now if we come, then we refresh, we'll have it slide in. And if you refresh, we'll have it slide in over here. You can just be working with the timings and everything. You can be experimenting with timings. So if I make it 2 seconds, it will delay before it comes over. Then if I change it to maybe 0.5, then if I come, it will come very fast, just quick over here. So congratulations, you have created your first CSS animation. Congratulations, you have now understood how to create CSS animations and harness the power of CSS animations and bringing your designs into life. In the next lesson, we'll learn how to do some simple calculations on CSS and also learn how to use variables to create modular, scalable, and robust CSS code. So I'll be waiting for you in the next lesson. Hi. In this video, we are going to learn how to create this simple responsive navigation bar which fit on every screen size. But before we start creating it, I'll leave a link below to download the starter template. Make sure to download the template and unzip it, and let's start creating. After you have downloaded the zip file and you have unzipped it, you have this folder over here. So what I'm going to do is simply open the folder. So once I open the folder, I'll have my project directory over here. So I'm going to send my case over here and click. Now type cmd and I'll press enter. So I have the command prompt open. So I can open this in VS Code by simply writing code space then period, then I'll press enter. So make sure you have VS Code installed before you run this command. So I can maximize this and I can close the options. So let me zoom it. Let me zoom out a little bit. So if we open, here we have the index.html, and inside here we have the assets, and here we have the style sheet, and here we just have the logo. If I click, this is the logo you are going to use, and this is the style sheet. So if you open the style sheet, there's nothing really going on except for the fact that I've imported the font, then I've set the box sizing to border box, then the font family to the font I've imported. And here I've specified some variables we are going to use. We have the body, then we have the primary color over here. So I can put an asterisk sign, so make sure you have the asterisk sign over here. So this is the body color and this is our primary color. So this is just a pieces of comments. So once I go and then I open the index.html, what I'm just doing is linking the style file. So if we check, I'm referencing to the assets, then slash the styles, which is the style, then the main.css file over here. So let me collapse, and now let me collapse. So now we can start designing our nav bar. So I can have a div which will contain everything. Then, so let me just use semantics by simply writing the nav. So I can call it nav bar. Then I'll press enter. So now we'll have this nav bar over here. So I can go over to my main.css, then I can grab the body. So first let's try to grab the body, then I can give it a background color, then I can simply reference my variable over here, which is this color, that is the body. So next, set the min height or the minimum height to 100 viewport height, so 100 viewport height. So this means the minimum height of the body should be the height of the person's screen. So if I open, then I'll simply right click, open with live server. So make sure you have the live server extension installed before you run this. So I'll simply click to open with live server. So once I open with live server, you find out that the color of the body have changed to this color over here. It's a lighter color. To make it obvious, we're going to create a nav bar and we'll give it a color of white. So I'll simply come over here. So let me just do this. So I can simply start styling my nav bar. So nav bar class. Is that the name? Okay, it's nav bar. So first, I want to have a height and a width. So I can simply go to my root, then I can have a nav underscore height. Can I spell height? Oh my god, so height. So I can just make it 70 pixels. And then I can have a nav width, which should be 100%. So the height should be 70 pixels and the width should be 100%. So I can simply come, then I can give it a height, then I can reference the variable, then I'll go with the nav height. So I can have my width, then I can reference the variable, then I can have my nav underscore width. So next I can have the background color. So I like to just use variables, so I can simply have a variable, so sorry, dash dash, then I can have nav underscore BG. That's for the background color of the nav bar. So I can simply write white, or I can cancel the white and go with the hex code. So it's recommended you go with the hex code. So I can go with the hex code for white, which is just 3 Fs, or you can make them 6. So I can make them 6 or 3. So I can add another 3 over here. So I can simply come, then I'll reference the variable, then I'll select the nav underscore BG. So I want to position it fixed so that it will be fixed at the top. So I'll have a position of fixed so that it will be fixed at the top. So let me simply come. So this is the nav over here. So let me try to divide my screen. I'm not sure if my code is still visible, but I think this way is nicer. So what I'm going to do right now is, if you check, you have spaces over here. This is the default margin the body comes with. So to remove the margin from the body, I'll simply write margin of 0. So this will remove the margins over here. And if you check, we'll have the nav bar stick to the top. So another thing I want to do is to give it a shadow. So I'll simply have a box shadow. Then I can simply write the shadow over here. So I can have 0 rem. Then I can simply have 1 rem. So no, let me just go with 0.5 rem, then 1 rem, then 0. And then I can simply write any color. And if you check, we have this dark color over here. But the color is too dark and it's not nicer. So I can just write RGBA, then I'll open. So RGB 000 means a black color. So you simply get this black color over here. But if you check, we have an A over here, which stands for alpha. So the A is used to define the opacity. So if I have 0.4, the opacity is reducing. So I can just go with 0.2 or 0.1. But I think now it's nicer this way. So now what I can do is simply increase it, and now we'll have the navigation bar over here. So it left our logo, then the links, then we'll have the buttons over here. So I can go, then I can simply increase this again. So I can go over here, and first we'll have the image, then I'll reference it inside the assets folder, images, then we'll have the logo.png. So if you click assets image, then we'll have the logo over here. So I can have the alt text, which is the alternative text, then I can simply write logo. So I like to just put this / over here for my self-closing tags. So if I come, next we can have the links. So I can simply have a div, and inside here we can have the links. So I can have an anchor tag, and here you can simply write something like home. Then I can simply duplicate it. So if you hold Shift Alt then down, you can duplicate it. Then I can change this to about, and then over here we can have contact, then we can have team. So next up is this thing. So let me bring the design over here. So next is this line and these buttons. So I can simply remove the design. Then here I can simply write a div so that we'll have 2 separate sections over here. We'll have the first section, which is the logo, then we have the links at the middle, then we'll have the buttons over here. So I can simply come, then I'll have a button, and this button I'll simply write, is it sign up or is it sign in? So I think it's sign in. And after this button, we have a little line, so we'll have a line over there. And after the line, we'll have another button. So we'll have another button, which will simply write sign up. So let me simply open the design and let's reference. So okay, login. Even though I can use the login, but I think the sign in over here will simply match our sign up. So if we check over here, we'll have the button, the line, and we have another button. That's what we did. The button, we have the line, then we have another button. So we can start giving them a class. So we'll have a class over here. So this will be our sign underscore in, and this will be our sign underscore out. So this will be the line. So I'll give it a class of line. So here will be our buttons wrapper. So this will wrap the buttons. So I can simply call it buttons underscore wrapper. And here I can call it links wrapper. So links underscore wrapper. We have the navbar, we have the logo. So let me give it a class of logo. So a class of logo. So now if we open, then we'll come, we'll have our HTML over here. So let's start designing. So I can simply go to my style.css. So if you check, we'll have the logo, we'll have the links, then we have the buttons. So I want to achieve that. So if you remember, we have the display of flex, which can be used to achieve this. So flex will simply make sure they are aligned this way. So after that, I want to push this to the last, then this to the last, then we'll have this. So this to the first, then we'll have these links to the center. So to achieve this, I'm going to use the justify content, then I'll use the space between, but I'll have spaces between them and then to push them. So next, if we check, our alignment is very bad. So I'll simply use the align items, then center, to align everything to the center. So now our design is coming to life. So next up, I want to have a pattern. So a pattern of maybe, let's write 1 rem. So I think 1 rem pattern is okay. So if we check, we are having the pattern and we're having the pattern over here. So next is our logo. So I'll grab the logo. For the logo, we'll just give it a height of maybe 50 pixels. So 50 pixels, and I think 50 pixels is okay. So now let's start designing our links. So first we have the links wrapper. So if we come, we'll have a wrapper over here, which is just to wrap the links. So I'll simply grab the links wrapper. Then I can have the display of flex. Then if I write gap, since it's a flex element, I can use the gap over here. So I can have a gap of 0.5 rem, but I'll have spaces between them. So let me increase it to maybe 1 rem. So 1 rem. I think 1 rem is okay. So next is the links, so individual links. So to grab the links, I'll simply grab the links wrapper. Then if I put a greater than sign, then I'll put A. It means inside the links wrapper, grab the child element. So this is the child element and this is the parent. So if I open, this is the parent, this wrapper. And we have the childs over here, which is the links. So this is how I'm targeting those links. So first, what I want to do is to remove the text decoration, which is the underline. So text decoration of none. So to remove the underline. Then next, I'll transform them to uppercase. So we can use the text transform. So text transform to uppercase to transform them to uppercases. So next, I want to reduce the font size. So font size of maybe 0.8 rems. To reduce the font size, and now I think it's okay. So next, let's try to change the color. So color of maybe, let's just go with a black color. So I can simply to write black 000, so this means black. So we'll have the links over here. So next is our wrapper over here to wrap the sign up and the sign in. If we come, we have the buttons wrapper. I'll simply grab the buttons wrapper, so dot buttons wrapper. Then I'll give it a display of flex. And then next up, I'll simply give them a gap, so a gap. And the gap should be maybe 1 rem, so 1 rem. But the gap will simply match these links over here. So next is the line over here. So if you check, we have a div between them. So the div is here. And the class is line. So I'll grab it, then I'll come, then I'll simply put the line to simply target the line. So what I want to do is simply give it a height over here. So I can give it a height So for example, we can have a, can I spell height? So let me remove this and then I'll put the curly braces. So I can have a height, and the height will be something like maybe 1 rem, so 1 rem height. And then after that, I'll have a border at the left, so border left. Then I can have 0.1 rem, a solid border. Then I can give it a class. So if you check, it's already coming over here. So I can give it a class of ash, so DDD, so this color is nicer. You have this line over here. So what I've basically done is there's a div there, and then I've given the div a height of 1 rem. Then I've chosen to put a border at the left of the div. That's why we are getting our line over here. So if we check, the line is not aligned properly with our buttons. So to solve this issue, I'll go to the buttons wrapper. Then I'll simply use the align item. Since that is the container, then I can use the center to bring it to the center over here. So next is the sign in button. So sign, is it sign in? So let me check. So sign underscore in, so sign underscore in. So I'll grab the sign in. So first, let me try to target all the buttons because I want the style to affect all the buttons. So for all the buttons, I want to remove their borders. So I'll have border of none, so that I will remove the default borders over there. Then I'll have a pattern of maybe 0.5 rems, so that will increase them. So what I want to do, so what I normally like to do is to increase the pattern for the left and the right. So if I give it something like maybe 0.8 rems, so it means 0.5 for up and down, then 0.8 for the left and the right. So we'll have these buttons over here. So what I wanted to do is change the cursor to pointer. So once I hover, the cursor will simply change to pointer. So I want to also give them a border radius. So a border radius of 0. maybe 3 rems. So I'll have round edges. So let me make it 0.5 rems. So 0.5 rems. So that will be obvious. So now if you check, you're having some round edges over here. So next, let me then target the sign-in. So the sign-in. So for the sign-in, I'll give it a background color of our primal color. So I can simply target the var, then I can have the primary over here. So now if you check, the color will change to our primary color. Then I can simply change the color of the text by simply writing color. Then I'll go with white, so FFF. This will change the color to white. So I can also make the text bold by use the font weight. So sorry, so font weight. So let me select font weight, then I can make them bold. Now if you check, the font weight is bold. So next is the sign up over here. So if you check for the sign up, so let me open the design. Let me just open the design. So for the sign up, we have changed the color to the primal color. So what I want to do, simply come, then I'll grab the sign underscore up. And what we want to do basically is remove the default background over here, which is this light color. So to remove the default background, set the background color to, so there's no none. So since there's no none, I can use transparent. Just make it transparent. So now we'll have this. So let me just increase our line. So if let me just make it 1.5 rem. So the height should be 1.5 rem. So I'll increase the line a little bit. So now next up, I want to change the color to the primary color. So color, then var, then I'll simply access the primary color. So this will change the color to the primary color. So now if we open, we are having our navigation bar over here. Let me just open the design and we'll see the design. So this is the nav bar. So next up, we are going to make it responsive like this, so that if the user tries to decrease the screen, it will simply be responsive. So let's try to add the responsiveness. So I'll put an @ sign, then I'll use the media query. So media. So I'll have the screen over here. So I'll have a max width. So if the maximum width of the person is 800 pixels, that means the person is using a mobile phone or a tablet. So I can start styling so that this style will affect the navbar once the person is on a smaller screen. So I'll simply grab my navbar. So if you are on a smaller screen, so basically what I want to do is simply bring this down. So I'll since the display is flex over here, I can change the flex direction to column so that it will move from row to column. Now if you check, that's changed the flex direction. So next, I'll simply give it a height. So the height of the navbar will change to 100 viewpoint height so that it will fit the height of the person's screen. So now if you check, the design is coming to life. So next is aligning these buttons over here. So I can simply go up. So where is the buttons wrapper? So links wrapper and buttons wrapper. So we'll have the links wrapper. So I'll copy the links wrapper. Then I'll simply come. Then I'll target the links wrapper. And what I want to do is change the flex direction to column. So I'll have a flex direction to column. And if you check, it will change the flex direction to column over here. We are having this nicer design on mobile. So now if we increase, we'll have this. But if the user, if we increase, we'll have this. But if the user is on a mobile phone, and then we decrease, then we are going to have this simple design over here. So I'm going to leave a link in the video description so that you simply send me your source code so that I can take a review at the source code and I'll give you a feedback. And thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. I think the concept of UI is overrated. Most of the time, we focus on visuals and we lose the overall experience of our users. As a developer, I think your goal should always be to create designs and applications that solve your users' problem. We should always design for equity, not equality. So the big question here is, what is a design that solves a user's problem? To answer this question, I've decided to create some designs that will help you create user-centered designs. So user-centered design is a design that puts your user front and centered. And at the end of this lesson, I'll also share with you some of my favorite resources in creating beautiful designs. So buckle up and let's roll. The first effect we have is the von Rostroff effect. So this effect is also known as the isolation effect. So it predicts that when multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. So looking at this design, there's clearly no difference between our text over here. So these are similar objects. We have the title and we have the body over here. But there's no clear difference between our title and our body. So this is something you should always try to look out for your design. So let me go to the next design and we'll look at how to solve this issue. So going to the next design. So in our next design, you can clearly see that our title is differentiated from our body over here. And then if you check our body over here, I've decided to make this bold so that it will stand out. So using this bold text over here, so when a user perceives this body, this isolation effect is very important for the user to see. So once you see this design for the first time, the element that catches your eye is the title over here. And after the title, the next element is the body and this isolation effect in the body. So let's go to the next design. So I have my next design over here and it's based on the theory of serial position effect. So users tend to best remember the first and the last items in a series and the middle items just play out. So looking at our design, this is something you should try to avoid. So if you check, we have the logo, then we have the sign up and the sign in, then we have some extra links over here. So the problem with the design is that once the user visits the design, the most important element is the logo, and after the logo, we want them to just sign up or to sign in. Since we want them to sign up or sign in, this shouldn't be at the middle, because if we put this at the middle, we are definitely going against this theory over here. So what we should try to always do is to send this to the end over here. So going to the next design, we'll check that now our design look much better. So we'll have the call to the action at the far corner over here, then we'll have the logo, then we can have our extra links over here. So once a user perceives our design, this is the most important, that is the logo, that's your company name or your brand name. And next is the sign up or the sign in over here, then we can have our extra links over here. So let's move on to the next design. To download the template I'm just using right now for the demonstration, The link will be in the video description. I've also created a UI UX design short quiz for you. Be sure to check out the quiz after you are done with the video. So going to the next design, we have the hex law. So the time it takes to make a decision increase with the number and complexity of choices. So if you check, this is something you should always try to avoid. So don't give your users too much choices. So what do I mean? So making your users fill out unnecessary information. So we had the first name, middle name and last name over here. The time it will take for the user to fill in this form will increase with the increase of these inputs over here. Imagine just opening up a modal or a pop-up to sign up for something, and to your surprise, there's like maybe 10 or 20 fields for you to fill before you can submit your form. Imagine how frustrating it will be, and imagine the number of users that will drop out from the form. So that is something you should always try to consider in your design. So going to the next design, instead of putting the middle name, just remove the middle name over here so that we can have the first name and the last name. Now our design look much cleaner and minimal. And considering these two designs, a user is likely to fill out this design than filling out this design over here. So next on our list, we have proximity. So objects that are near or proximate to each other tend to be grouped together. So looking at this, we have all category over here. So this is something we should always try to avoid, just putting everything together. We should always try to group things in a specific order. So what do I mean? Looking at the next design over here, instead of just having the whole design like this, we can just group the designs over here so that we can have popular, recommended, then we can have new arrivals. So this way your design look much cleaner and nicer for viewers to view. So always try to group all your elements in your design so that you can have a cleaner and much minimal look on your designs. So next on our list, we have white space or negative space. So white space is used to give our design elements spaces to breathe. Just look at this design, how grumpy it is. Everything is just mixed up and it's not even appealing for users. So look at how this design will look after we've just put in some white spaces. So just putting some white spaces over here just give our design a more aesthetic and a cleaner look for our users. So let me try to toggle out the two designs so that you can see the difference. So this is the before and this is the after over here. So you can see what white space can do to your design. Just make sure to always give a white space or a gap to your designs so that your design elements can have spaces to breathe. Imagine if someone just put you in a coffin. Will you feel comfortable in the coffin? So let's go to the next design tip. So next we have similarity. So people tend to perceive objects that are similar to one another as part of the same group or pattern. This similarity can be based on various attributes such as shape, color, size, or texture. So we have two designs over here. So you just created your login and your sign up form. So this is the sign up form and this is the login form. So if a user visits your website and navigate to the sign up form, the user is given this form. But if the user navigate to the login form, the user is given this form. So the problem is that the call to actions are using different colors. So this can be confusing to users. So always make sure to use one color for your call to actions. So instead of using different colors for your call to actions, just stick to one color for your call to action. So let's navigate to the next design over here. So now we'll see that this design issue have been solved by just changing this color to this color over here. So that if the user visits the login and the create account over here, the user will simply know that these buttons over here are the call to actions. So next up, I have these design resources. So these resources will help you create aesthetic and good looking websites. So let's check out these resources and how they can influence your designs. So first, I have Android. So let me navigate to the Android website. So if you open the Android website over here, then you have this button over here, the browse now. Just click on the browse now and you have these illustrations. These cool illustrations you can use for design. You can just use any of these illustrations for your website or your application design. And the cool thing about Android is that you can just click over here and change these colors over here to fit your brand color or your personality. Just change the color, then you can click and export as SVG or even export as PNG over here. So you can use Android to create cool illustrations for your website. So the next website we have is Mobbing. So Mobbing is a UI library with a lot of UI design templates you can use for your design. So once I start to design something, I always try to just go and look at inspirations from other people's designs. And you can even browse from iOS to Android or to even web. So you can use this to create mobile phones applications for iOS, and this is the Android tab, but you can create Android applications, or you can click on the web to create web applications. So I can just go over here and search for any keyword, and the mobile will give me a lot of inspirations. So these designs are real world applications that are out there. So you can just pull up one of the designs, just look at it, take inspiration from the design, and also start creating your own designs. So next we have Canva. So Canva is used for graphic designer. So sometimes when you are creating, you want to create your image or to just edit your image and add a little bit of personality to the image. You can just come to Canva and do that. For example, if I open this design, we have this image over here, and if you check, they have changed this image to this design. So you can use Canva to achieve this and use it for your designs. So the next resource we have is Color Hunt. So this is the Color Hunt website. So if you open Color Hunt, you are given a lot of color palettes you can use for your designs. You can click on popular over here to look at some popular color palettes you can use for your designs. One of the hardest things of design is colors. Just trying to figure out the right color. So if you are like me and you always struggle with colors, then Color Hunt is your ready to go friend when it comes to selecting the right color palette for your website. So I'll leave a link for you to download this template I've just used for this demonstration purpose. So be sure to download it and go through everything we have discussed. And you can also participate in the UI UX design quiz. Link will be in the video description below. Hi, in this video, we are going to learn how to create this simple portfolio website over here with pure HTML and CSS. But before you get excited, I've already created a folder containing all the assets we need to create the website. I'll leave a link below for you to download and unzip the assets, and let's get creating. Are you excited to create your own portfolio website? Buckle up and let's roll. Once you are done downloading the file, unzip the file and you have this folder. So I'll open the folder by double clicking, and if I open the folder, I have the assets folder and I'll have this index.html. So open the assets and then you have the style and the images. So once you open the images, these are the images we are going to use. So I'll go back and this is the style file. So just click to go to the main directory. So this is my main directory. So I'm going to open this in VS Code. I already have VS Code installed. If you don't have VS Code installed, just install VS Code and proceed. Since I have VS Code installed, I'll simply click over here. Then I'll type C and D to open command prompt. Once I have command prompt open, I can open this in VS Code by simply typing code space then period. Then I press enter. So I have the folder open. So I'll click to trust the authors. Then let me just zoom it. Let me zoom out a little bit. So here, this is the index.html file. There's nothing really going on. I just linked the CSS file. So this is the CSS file I'm linking. So first, just remove the title over here and you can write your name. So I can have my name. So just write your name over here. So after that, click on the assets, then click on the style, then the main.css. Don't worry about this code. These are just variables I've initialized. So we are going to use these variables. We have the color, the primary color, we have the secondary, the accent, the gray text. We have a bunch of variables we are going to use. What I'm doing up over here is importing a font from the Google font, and this is the font, DM Sans. So I've just grabbed everything and then I've set the font to the font I've imported. So now I'll click on the index.html to open the HTML file. So I have Live Server installed on my PC, so I can click on Go Live to open the Live Server. But if you don't have the Live Server, just click on the Extensions tab, then you can search for Live Server. So this is the Live Server over here. Just click to install it once you don't have it installed on the PC. So I already have the Live Server installed, so what I'm going to do is collapse this. So let me increase everything back. If you have the Live Server installed, you have this Go Live over here. Just click on the tab to open it. So once I open, I'll have a blank page over here. There's nothing really going on, and this is my title. So I can go back and then I'll click on the main.css, and what we have here is just comments so that we know how to style the web page. So the first thing we are going to target is the container. So the container is kind of like a wrapper to wrap everything. So what do I mean? So I can have a div with a class of container. So I have a div with a class of container. So if I write to Lauren, then I press to have this Lauren dummy there. So I can open back, then I'll come. Then we'll have this Lauren text stretch from here to here. So what we want to do is to create a container that will center everything so that our content will be focused at the center of the screen. So what do I mean? So first, let me open. Then let's grab the body. And then we'll set the margin of the body to 0. So that we'll remove the default margin that comes with the body. So if you check, the content is stretched from here and there's no longer any margin to the top and the left and the right. So I'm going to open. So now we are going to target the container class. So the container class. Next, I'm going to give it a maximum width. So if we scroll, we'll have the maximum width over here. So I'll come, then I'll have a max width, then I'll reference the variable, and then I'll reference the max width variable. So I think it's container. Width. So if you scroll, this is the container width. So basically what we are doing is setting the maximum width of the container to be this 1000 pixels over here. So I can come, then I'll basically set the width to 100% so that the container will stretch to fit the width of the maximum width. So if we open, then we'll have the maximum width over here. So now if you check, the content is ending here. So now let's try to bring it to the center. So I can use the margin. So margin. So if I give 0, then auto. So it means 0 to the top and the bottom, and the auto will simply center it. So if I come, we'll have the content focused at the center of the screen. So now I can open. Next is our headings. So I can come, then over here I can have an h1 tag, then I can write something like heading. So now hopefully if we open, this is the heading tag over here. So I'm going to style it. So I'll open back my design. So if we scroll, we'll have a heading font size, the line height, and the heading margin. So that's what I'm going to use to style it. So I'm going to grab all the h1 tag, then I'll set the font size, then I'll reference the variable on top, and the variable is simply heading font size. Then we'll have the line height of the heading, and I'll reference the variable again, which is heading line height. So next is the margin. So I'll set the margin to the variable, then heading margin. So if we scroll, these are the values we are just using. So this is the value. So this is the font size of the heading, this is the line height, and this is the margin we are setting. So if I open, we'll have the heading over here. Now if you check, we have increased the font size of the heading, and now it's looking much better. So I'll open back, and then I'll scan. So next is the article. So I'm going to create. So we already have a text over here. So what I'm going to do is grab that text, then I'll put it in a paragraph over here. Then I'll just give it a class of article. So now we are going to style it. So if we scroll up, I have the article styles over here. We have the font size 100. We have the article line height 166%, so that the content will be readable for our users. So I can grab my article. So I'll style the font size. Then I'll reference the variable. I think the variable is, it's article font size. So next is the line height. So line height. Then I'll reference my variable again. Then I'll have the article line height. So now if I open, you'll find out that the text is now having much spaces between them. So this is much readable for our user. So I'll come back. So next is the section design. So the section is basically the sections of our website. So I can have a div with a class of section, and what I'll do is just write some text. Then I'll come down, have another div of section. Then here I'll just write some loading text. Let me correct my class. So now if we scroll, we'll find the section design. So for the section, what I'm doing is just giving them a margin at the top. So let me open up the design in the explain panel. So this is the design. So if you check each section, there's a bigger space. So if you check this section, there's a bigger space over here. And if you scroll to this section, there's a bigger space over here. That's basically what we are doing with the section. So just giving them a margin at the top. So I'll come, then I'll grab my section. Then I'll give it a margin at the top. Then I'll reference the variable. So the variable is basically, I think it's section margin top. So section margin top. So this is the variable. So now hopefully if we come, each section is having a space over here. So this is basically what we want. Oh my god, our design is looking horrible. Let's open. So this is the container. So let's just delete everything. So after deleting everything, the first thing we are going to style is our navigation bar. So I'm going to have a nav bar. And inside the nav bar, I'm going to have the logo. So it's going to be an image, so an img. So if we go to the assets folder, images, then we'll have this logo.png. So just click and browse. So assets, images, logo.png. So this is the logo we are using. So I can close this. So next is our links. For our links, I'll put them in a div. Then I'll just call them links wrapper. So this will wrap the links, and here we'll have our links. So I'll have the first link. So let me just complete all the links. So now I have all the links over here: home, about, projects, and contact. So now we can start styling our navigation. So if I go, we'll have the logo, then we'll have the links over here. So the first thing I want to do is put them inside of our container so that we'll have the margins. So I'll grab everything, then I'll have div, class of container, then I'll put everything. So we already have the styles of the container. So now if we open, we'll have the spaces, that's the margin. So now let's start styling. So I'm going to grab this container, and then I'll give it maybe nav. So let's just give it a class of nav. First, I'll grab the navigation bar, so the nav, then I'll come. So if you check, I'm not targeting the class over here, but rather I'm targeting this element which is wrapping everything. So I'll go, then we'll start styling. First, I want to position it fixed. So after it is fixed, I'll have the top of 0, then the left of 0. So I'll have a width of 100%. So now if we come, it will be fixed at the top, but it's not yet obvious because we don't have scrollable content. So next, let's style our logo. So this is the logo. So the logo is inside of this container with a class of nav. So what I'm going to do is simply grab it. So nav class, then I'll give it a display of flex. So sorry about my selection. I'll give it a display of flex so that it will be in a row format. So now if we come, hopefully it is in the form of a row. So next, I'll target our logo. So I'll give the logo a class. So I'll open. So this is the logo. I'll just give it a class. I can call it logo. So now I can come, then I'll target my logo. Then hopefully what I want to do is give it a width of maybe 100 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have our logo over here. Let's decrease it a little bit. I think now it's much better. So now we want to push all the links to this side so that the logo will be here and the links will be at the side of the screen. So this is the nav. So this nav class is containing everything. Let me just change the nav class so that it will not confuse you. So I'll change it to nav content. So I'll copy, then I'll open back. So this is the nav, so I'll just paste the nav content. So now I want to push this link wrapper, everything over there to the last of the screen, to the end of the screen. So I'll just come. So this is it. So if I use justify content, then if I use the space between, it will simply push everything. So I will have the links to this side, we'll have the logo at the first. So what I'm going to do is to handle the alignment. If you check, the links over here is just aligned to the top. So I'm going to use the align items, then center. So now hopefully everything will be aligned perfectly. So next is to target the links over here. So to start the links, we have a links wrapper. So I'm going to grab the links wrapper. Then I'm going to target it. I'll just give it a display of flex, and then I'll give align items center to align them very well. Then I'll give them a gap. Let's just go with 1.5 rem. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have the links and we'll have spaces between them. So now let's start styling the links. So to start the links, I'll simply grab the links wrapper. Then I'll use the greater than sign. Then I'll put A. So what it basically means is go inside the links wrapper and then target all the A elements over there, which is the anchor elements. So if we open, this is the links wrapper and this is the anchor element. So we are trying to target these anchor elements and style them. So first I'm going to change the text. So I'm going to use the text transform to uppercase. So I'll transform them to uppercase. So next is the color. So I've changed the color to, I'm going to target a variable I've created and I'm going to use the gray color. So if you scroll, this is the color we are using. This 60, 60, 60. That's the gray color we are using to style the links. So now let me scroll down and then let's open. Now if we open, we'll have the links over here. And we'll have the color change to the gray color. So next is the font size. Font size. So I'm going to use 0.8 frames. So now if we come, our links are much better. So we have our navigation style. So next is the hero. So let me open back and let's start styling the hero section. So now I'll open. So this is the navigation. I'll come below the navigation. I'll simply have a div. Then I'll just call it hero. Then I'll press enter. So inside of this div, we'll have the container wrapping everything. So I'll just grab it. Then I'll have a div of container. Then I'll simply put the hero section over here. So now we can start writing the text over here. So first, I'm going to have a div. And inside of this div, we are going to have an h1 tag. And I'll write something like hello, comma. Then I'll put this sentence. So I'll have another h1. Then just write your name over here. So I'm going to write my name. So you can change this to your own name. So we'll have this. So next, we are going to have another div over here. Then I'm going to write some text over here. So let me write the text. So I have my text over here. You can just write a short biography about yourself. So I'm going to use this text since it's simple. So now I'm going to open. So once I open, I'll have this over here. So now we can start styling. So first, I'll try to bring it to the center of the screen. So how do I achieve it? So this is the hero, right? So I'm going to grab the hero class. And then I'm going to start styling it. So I'm going to give it a minimal height of maybe 100 viewport height. And then I'll give it a pattern. For the top, I'm going to give it 70 pixels. And for the bottom, 70 pixels. For the left and right, I'm just going to give it 0 pixels since it's wrapped in a container. So now hopefully if I come, we'll have the text over here. So now let's try to bring it to the center. So I'm going to give it a display of flex. So once I've given it a display of flex, we'll have this text over here. Then we'll have the heading over here. So now I'm going to use align item center so that it will be aligned to the center over here. So now our design is coming to life. So next up, I'm going to target this and design it. So I'm going to grab this, then I'm going to give it a class of sub_heading. Then I'm going to grab it. So now I'll start styling the subheading. So first I want to give it a font size. Then I want to use a variable. I've already have a subheading variable over here. So okay, this is the heading 2. So I'm going to use this heading 2 to style it. So we have the font size 2, and we have the line height, and we have the margin. So I'm going to come down. So we have the subheading. So I'm going to use the heading 2 font size. Then next is the line height. So line height. So I'll use the variable again, which is the heading 2 line height. Then next is the margin. So margin, oh my god, margin. So I'll target it again. So heading 2 margin. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this text over here. But if you check, our text at this side is already trying to shrink so that this text will fit the screen. So to fix this, I'm going to come over here. Then I'll give this thing. Then I'll give this wrapper a class. So oh my god, I'll give it a class of maybe heading_wrapper. Now I'm going to target the heading wrapper. Then I'll just give it a flex of 60%. So what it basically means is try to cover 60% of the screen. So now hopefully if we open, then we'll have our design over here. So this is the design. So next is changing the color of this. So we have this gray color over here. So we are going to use the gray color. So I'll basically go up, then I'll have a class of gray text. So let's just give it gray text. So I'll change the color to our gray color. So I'll go, is it gray text or gray text? So I'm going to use this class. So I'll basically come, then I'll have the class which is gray text. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this text change to the gray color. So next is to put our arrow. So let me just roll up the design. So this is the design. So next up, we are going to put this arrow over here. So what I will do is open back. So this is the hero over here. So this is the container. So I'll come below the hero. I'll have the container. Then I'll have a div. And inside of this div, I'll just have an image. The arrow is an image inside the icons, and it is arrow.png. So I'm going to target it. So access images, icons, and arrow.png. So now if I open, hopefully we'll have this big arrow over here. So let's try to decrease the size of the arrow. So I'm going to give it a class of arrow. Oh my god. So I'll copy the class, then I'll come below, then I'll target the arrow. So I'll give it a width of maybe 60 pixels. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have the arrow decrease. So let's just decrease it one more time. So let's just make it maybe 40 pixels. So now I think 40 pixels is better. But we have this arrow below the screen. So we want it to be visible. So to achieve this, I'm going to decrease the height of the hero. So what do I mean? The hero is covering the entire screen of the person. So I can decrease it. So let's go. So this is the hero. So instead of 100 viewport height, I can make it 90 viewport height. So now we'll have the arrow visible over here. So now I think our design is looking much better. So next is the about section. So if I open the design, we'll have an about section over here. So let's try to create it. So I'll open back my design, go to the index.html, come below everything, then we can start our about. First, we are going to create the section. So div with the class of section, and then we'll have a container inside the section. So now we can start designing. So if I write Lorem text over here, so just write Lorem text, and then if I open, then I scroll, we'll have our content over here, and we'll have the margin over here. So let me just remove everything. Then we can start styling. I'm going to have an H2 with a class of subheading. And I'm going to write about me. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this about me over here. So what I'm going to do is try to bring it to the center. But if you check, we already have this class over here, which is the subheading class we are using to target this. So I'm going to target the H2 with a class of subheading. So I'll come to the about section. So H2 with a class, so it's H2 with a class of sub underscore header. So this basically means target all H2 elements with a class of subheader. So I'm going to bring it to the center by using text align, then center. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have it to the center of the screen. So next up, I'm going to have another div, and inside of this div, we'll have our image over here, that is the profile picture. So I'm going to go to the assets folder, images, then profile.png. Now give it a class of profile. Then we'll have other supplementary text at the side. So I'll have the text. So this is the div, and inside of this div, I'll have my text. First, I'll have a paragraph over here. Then I'll write the content of the paragraph. So I'll just paste this content over here. So you can write this content by yourself. So let me move this. So let me just make it much nicer so that you can see the content. So this is what I've written. So next up, I'm going to put another paragraph over here, and then I'm going to paste this content over there. So I'll bring this over here, and I'll bring this. So let me remove these spaces, and I'll remove these spaces. So now you can pause the video and write this content, or you can choose to write anything you want over here. So now, if I open, then we'll scroll, we'll have this large image, then we'll have the supplementary text over here. So let's start styling. So this is the container wrapping everything. So what I'm going to do is basically give it a class of maybe flex container, so flex container. And here I'm going to grab the flex container, but bear in mind that we already have this profile with a class of profile. So I'll come here, I'll target the flex container, then I'll have the display of flex, then I'll have a gap of 2 rem. So next is the profile. I'll give it a width of 200 pixels. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this nice profile over here, then we'll have our supplementary text at this side. So next I'm going to increase the gap. So instead of 2, I'll just make it 5 frames. So I like to have a bigger space between my contents. So next is a margin. So we'll have a margin between our subheading and the profile over here. So I'm going to give it a margin. For the top and bottom, I'm going to use 3 rems. For the left and right, 0. So now our design is looking much better. So next is to put my icons over here. So I'm going to come below this. I'm going to have another div with a class of icons container. So icons underscore container. And inside of my icons container, I'll have each icon. I'll have a div with a class of icon, which will contain each icon. Then I'll have the images. So if we go to images, then we'll have the icons. So /access /images. So remove this slash, there are 2. So I want 1, so 1. So next is the Instagram. So images /icons. Then we use the Instagram. So I'll copy this icon. Then I'll paste it 3 more times. So I'll change this Instagram to Twitter. So Twitter X. Then I'll change this to the next icon, which is linking to have my icons. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have the icons very big over here. And if you check the profile, it's trying to stretch to fit their icons. To solve this, I'm going to give the profile, so this is the profile, I'm going to give it a height of maybe 200 pixels. So that we'll have a perfect circle over here. So next, let's try to target all the icons and style them. So we'll have an icons container, so that's what I'm going to target first. So I'm going to target my icons container. So I'm going to give it a margin at the top of maybe 3 rems. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have a bigger margin at the top over here. And next, I'll try to make them flex, so display of flex. Then I'll give them a gap. I'll give each a gap of maybe 1.5 rems. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have our icons in a row format. So next is the circles in the icons. So if we open the designs, so if I open the design, we'll have these perfect circles attached to each icon. So that's what I'm going to style. So if we open the index.html, we already have the icon class over here. So that's what I'm going to use to style them. So we'll have the icon, which is wrapping all the icons. So I'm going to give it a width. I'm going to give it a width of 2 rems and a height of 2 rems. Then I'm going to give it a border radius of 50 pixels. So this will create a perfect circle. So if I give it a background, so let's go with our dark background, our gray background rather, so our gray text. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have these gray backgrounds over here. So I think 2 pixels is not enough. So let's increase it to maybe 4 rems and each 4 rems. So now hopefully I think our design is much nicer. So let's decrease the size of our icons. So I'll go inside each icon, I'll target the images. So the images, which is the img tag. So first is to give each a width of 1.5 rem and a height of the same 1.5 rem. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have the icons over here. Let's increase the icons to 2 rems, so 2 rems and 2 rems. So now hopefully if I open, I'll have the icons increase. But if you check the design, I think the icons color, I think the circle color is not gray. So let's fix that. So this is the circle color. So I think this is the color I'm using. So I think it's F2, F2, F2. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this nicer color over here. So let's bring them to the center. So to bring them to the center, so this icon is wrapping everything. And this icon is the circles. And inside the circles, we have our images. So I'm going to grab the icon. Then I'm going to give it a display of flex. So display of flex. Then I'm going to use align item center and justify content center to bring them to the center of the circles. So now hopefully if I open, I'll have each of them at the center of my circle. I'm going to give this a class of article. So I'm going to use the article class that we have already declared. Then I'm going to give each of them article class, then a class of article. So now our text is much more readable. For those of you who need this simple minimal backgrounds over here, I'll leave a link below for you to download the backgrounds for your desktop. You have come a long way. I think it's time for you to take a break. Leave your computer, go around, have some fresh air, and come back and let's continue. I'm happy to see you back. Let's continue with our website development. So next is the project section. So if I open, this is the next screen we are going to target. So I'm going to open back, and now I'm going to decrease this. So this section is the About Me section. So I'll come below the About Me section, then I'll have another section. And here I'm going to copy this text, which is the subheading, and I'm going to create another container and put everything inside there. So I'm going to put the subheading inside the container, so a div with the class of container. Then we'll have our subheading. So here we'll have a div, and I'll call it projects container, and it will contain all our project elements. So if I open, then I come, then I scroll. So let's change it to I created. So I think I wrote something like I created. So now hopefully we'll have I created over here. So next I'm going to grab the project container, then I'm going to give it a margin at the top so that I'll separate it from the subheading. So margin at the top of 3 ranks. So next I'm going to open the design. So this is our design. So I'm going to have an image, then beside the image we'll have the text elements, then we'll have a link, then we'll have a line over here. So I'm going to open, then we'll start creating everything. So I'm going to have a div, and here I'm going to have my image. So the first image I'm going to access images, then projects. So first we have the to-do app, then I'm going to close this. So we are going to have another div over here, and inside this div I think we have a title. So let me open the design. So I think we'll have a title over here. So I'll have an H2, then I'm going to write the title of this section. So I'll have my title over here. Just write this. So this is the first project, which is the to-do application, and beside it we have another paragraph, and inside of this paragraph we are going to have some loading text. So loading text, I'm going to give this loading text a class of article. So article class, then I'll copy this, then I'll paste this to have this over here, and below here we'll have another link. So I'll have an anchor tag, then I'll have link. So I'll write something like more shots. So now hopefully if we open, then we come, we'll have this horrible design. So let's start designing it. So if you check, the project container is wrapping everything, and inside it we have the image. So I'm going to give the image with class project underscore image, and here have a class of maybe project underscore title, but here we are going to use our subtitle class over here so that we'll style it a little bit. So I'll scroll down, come to this link, I'll give the class of project underscore link. So next let's start with the project container. So I've already grabbed a project container. I'm going to give it a display of flex, then I'm going to give it a gap of maybe 5 frames. After that I'll open, and once I open, then I come, we'll have this horrible design. So let's target the image and make it smaller. So I'll come, then I'll target the project underscore image class. Is it project image? So let me open. So I think it's project underscore image. So I'll target the project underscore image class. And here, basically what I'm doing is giving it a width of maybe 200 pixels. Now hopefully if we open, we'll have the image shrink. So let's increase the image so to maybe 350 pixels. And now hopefully we'll have this nicer image over here. So next is the title. So I'm going to grab the project title. So this is the project title. I'm going to grab it. Then we'll start styling it. So project title. So first I want to change the color to our gray color. So to the text gray. So I think it's text. So it's gray text. And I'm going to give it a margin at the bottom. of maybe 3 rems. So that if we open, we'll have this over here, then we'll have this margin between this text and this text. So now hopefully if I open my design, so let me open back the design, and if I check, we'll have this text over here, and this text, what we are doing basically is changing the color to gray. So if you remember, if we go on top, we already have a class which is handling this. So this is the class, the gray text. So I'll go, so this article, I'm just going to give it a gray text class. And now hopefully if we come, the color will be changed to gray text. So next is to design our link. So I'm going to come, so I'm going to grab the class which is project_link. Then I'll scroll down. Then I'll basically have the class over here. First, I want to change the font size to 0.8 rem. So after that, I want to change the text, so I want to transform the text to uppercase. After that, I want to change the color to the accent color. So we have the accent color variable. So now hopefully if we open, then we'll have this over here. So next, I want to make it bold. So now if we open, we'll have it bold over here. So next, I want to give it a margin. For the top and the bottom, I'm going to use 2 rems. For the left and right, 0 rems. So now hopefully if we open, nothing is happening over here because it's not a block element. So I'm going to change the display to block. And I'm sure if we open, now we'll have the margin attached to the link over here. So let me fix my spelling. So now I think we'll have this perfect design over here. So I'm going to copy it and then I'll paste it one more time. So this is the project container which is wrapping everything. And I'm going to copy a project container. So the project container, I'll copy it and then I'll paste it. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have these designs over here. So now I'm going to change the images and the titles. So I'll scroll. So this is the first. So this is the second over here. So I'm going to change the second. Then I'm going to change the image. So let's open the design and then I'll refresh my mind. So this is the design. So for the second, we are using the food delivery application. So this is the second. So the food delivery application. So / foodapp.png. So here I'm going to change it to food. So now hopefully if we open, then we'll have the to-do list, then we'll have our food delivery application. So next is the last. So for the last, it's a Discord clone. So I'm going to remove this, then I'll put Discord clone, and here I'll just write Discord. So Discord room, and this is the third project. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have the first project, we'll have the second project, and we'll have the third project over here. But we are not yet done. So if we open the design, we are having lines over here. So let's try to put those borders over here to separate them. So I'm going to come. Then I'm going to grab the project container. Then I'm going to give each of them a border at the bottom of 0.1 rem solid. Then I'm going to use this color. So I'm going to go with this color HDDD. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have these borders over here which is separating them. And now our design is looking much better. So next is the contact form. So let me open the contact form. So this is our contact form over here. So let's try to design it. I'm going to open my index.html, and here we are starting another section. Then we'll have our container. We are going to have a section wrapper, which will wrap everything. So, oh my god, so write section underscore. I cannot even spell section, so section underscore wrapper. And here we are going to have a div, and inside of this div we'll have an h2, which I'll write something like get in. Then we'll have a paragraph. So I'll have this text over here, and I'll have another paragraph, and then I'll paste this text over here. So let me make it much more visible. Let me make it visible so that you can look at the text and also write it down. And below this, we are having our social media handles. So since we have already styled them, I'll go on top and look for them. So these are the icons. So grab the icons container, which is wrapping all the social media links, and then bring it down over here. And below this paragraph, I'll paste it down. So now this div is wrapping everything inside there. So I'm going to have another div which will wrap our form elements. So first we are going to have an input for the email, then another input for the message. So this will be for the email, and I'll have a label for email. Then I'll write email. Then I'll have the input over here, the type of email. I'm going to give it a class of input. Then I'll remove this. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to duplicate this for the message. So here we are not going to use an input, we are going to use a text field. So a text, we're going to use a text area. Then I'm just going to give it a rows. So maybe let's just go with 5 rows. So 5 rows. So change this to this. Just write 5 over here. So I'm going to remove the ID and the name. Then I'm going to give it a class of input, just like we did over here. And below here, we are going to have our button. So we are going to have a button. Then I'm going to write send message. And I'm going to give it a class of submit. So submit. Oh my god, submit. So now hopefully if we open, then we'll have our text over here. So now let's start designing. So the first thing I want to design, let me zoom out, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do. So if you check this section wrapper over here, it's wrapping everything. So this is the container containing everything. And if we click on this first div, so it is wrapping the get in touch and the text below it with the icons. We are having another container which is wrapping all the inputs. If we give this display of flex, it will simply put them in the form of a row. So what do I mean? If I copy the section wrapper, so let me increase it, then I'll come, then I'll grab this. So if I give it a display, so display of flex and a gap of maybe 5 rems. So now hopefully if we come, we'll have them displayed this way. So next, let's style this side, then we'll get back to the side. So I'm going to come, so this is the first side. I'm going to give it a class of maybe contact. So contact. So the first thing I want us to style is our inputs. So I'm going to grab the inputs, so input class. Then I'm going to give each of them a background color of, I'm going to use this color F1, F1, F1. So it's just a lighter color, so F1, F1. So now hopefully if we open, then we'll have our inputs over here. So next I'm going to remove the border, so border of none. Then I'm going to give each of them a pattern of maybe 0.5 rem, then a width of 100%. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have our input designs over here. So next, let's target our labels. So I'll come, so I'll target the label. Then I'll give each of them a font size of 0.8 rems. Then I'll transform the text, so text transform to uppercase. Then I'll change the color to our primal color. So now we'll have this over here. So next I'll make them bold. So now hopefully if I open, I'll have this design over here. So now let's decrease the width of this over here, so we'll have a nicer design. So I'll go to the index.html, then we'll have a class of contact which is wrapping these. So I'm going to open my CSS, then I'll target the contact. So first, I want to give it a max width of maybe 450 pixels. So now hopefully if we open, we'll have this over here. But if you check, the width of our input are shrink over here. So what I'm going to do is open. So then I'll grab the container containing this, the inputs. So this is the div containing everything there. So I'm going to give it a class of maybe inputs underscore wrapper. So I'll copy the class, then I'll open, then I'll grab this, then I'll give it a width of 100%, so 100%. So now hopefully if I open, we'll have this perfect design over here. So next is the button. So I'm going to come, so this is the button submit. So I'm going to grab the button. Then first, I'll change the background color. So the background color to the accent color. So accent color, I'll give it a pattern. For the top and left, I'll go with 0.5 rem. And for the right and left, I'll go with 1 rem. So next is to remove the border, so border of none. So now we'll have this perfect button over here. So next is the text. So I'm going to use the text transform, then uppercase to transform the text to uppercase. Then I'll change the color to white. So white is FFF. So 3 of them is perfect. So if we open, we'll have this text over here. So next I'm going to make it bold. So I'm going to use the font weight of bold. And then hopefully if we open, we'll have this. So if you move your cursor on top of this, it will still be this arrow. So let's change it to a pointer. So we are going to use the cursor pointer to remove the arrow sign. So hopefully if we hover on it, it will change to this arrow over here. So now I think our design over here is done. So next is the footer. So I'm going to roll up my design. So if you check the design, this is our footer. We have the logo and we have some supplementary links over here. So I'm going to simply come down, and here we'll have our footer, so footer. And inside of this footer, we'll have our logo. So first, let me just go up, then we'll copy this. Just like we did for the navbar, that's the same thing we are basically doing over here. So I'm going to go up. So this is the navbar, so this is the nav content. So I'm going to copy the nav content, then I'll come down. So this is the footer. And here, first I'm going to have a section, so a div for the class of section. So after we are done with the section, I'll have a container. So I'll paste this over here, so this container. So hopefully if we come, so if we open, we'll have this design over here. I'm going to change these links to the social media handles. So I'm going to come, and here we'll have Instagram, and here we'll have LinkedIn. Oh my god, can I spell LinkedIn? And here we'll have Twitter. So I'll remove the contact over here. And now we'll have this perfect design over here. So now I think our website is almost done. So if we scroll, we'll have this perfect design. But if you check, the design is not that responsive. So we can handle the responsiveness of our design. So that's the next thing we are going to do. So I'm going to open this over here. Then let's just remove the footer. Then I'm going to target the responsiveness. So I'm going to put an @ sign. Then I'm going to use my media queries. So media queries. So at media, then we'll have the maximum width. So if the maximum width of the person is 800 pixels, then we'll start applying these styles. So this is the hero over here. So I'm going to change the hero. So I'm going to change the flex direction of the hero to column. So if I come, then I'll grab my hero. Then I'll change the flex direction to column. So now hopefully if we come, then we reduce the size and go up. Now if you check the hero, we have this design over here. So this is basically what we are going to do for all the containers. So I'm going to go up. After the hero, the next section over there is the about section. So I'll go up and look for the about section. So this is the about section, and this is the flex container. So I'm going to grab the flex container, then I'll style it. So I'm going to apply the same style. So I'll put a comma and then I'll paste this. So now hopefully if I reduce and if I come to the about section, it has changed the flex direction. So next is our projects. So I'm going to go up and look for the projects. So this is the project. So go up. So have the project container with the flex. So that is where the flex is affecting. So I'm going to put a comma, then I'm going to paste the project container. So now hopefully if I reduce, then if we come to the project container, we'll have this perfect design over there. So now if we scroll, we are having our design is coming to life. So it left with the contact section over here. So I'm going to increase, then I'm going to go up, then look for the contact section. So this is the flex, so I'm going to grab this, then I'll come, now put comma, then I'll have this section wrapper class. So now if I come, hopefully let's reduce. So now we are having this perfect designs over here. But if you check, we don't have margins at the sides of the content. So to handle this, I'm going to grab the container which is affecting all of them. So, oh my god, container. Then I'm going to give it a pattern 0 to the top and left, 0 to the top and the bottom, and maybe 3 realms to the right and the left. So hopefully if we come, we'll have spaces there. So now we'll have this perfect design over here. So we have successfully created our portfolio website over here, and it is responsive.